It works now? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the one that are here, but also to the one that are connected online with us today. I'm very honored to moderate this event, which is titled DigiMed, Technological Solution for Climate Resilience in the Mediterranean. This is organized by the Union for the Mediterranean, and my name is Aurora Audino. I will be your moderator, your host for today. It's a great pleasure for me. I'm a United Nations Fellows. I work in Istanbul with UNDP, the Biodiversity Finance Initiative. This topic is very close to my heart. I'm an environmental engineer by training, so I think when we talk about data and digitalization is always something that I'm interested about. So just a quick, briefly to set the scene, why are we talking about digitalization, Mediterranean, with the Union for the Mediterranean? Today, first of all, is Digitalization Day here at COP29. So it makes a lot of sense to host this event, but also we know, well, climate change. We all work in this sector, so I don't have to tell you why it's important. But 2024 was actually is actually the hottest year on records, according to latest scientific research. And the Mediterranean region is actually a hotspot because it's warming 20% faster than any other region in the world. So this is why of the importance of climate change in this region. Also, digitalization is a growing topic. They hold immense potential for both mitigation and adaptation solution. They enable the development of innovation that drives climate action, but also are powerful tools to reduce greenhouse gases and also improve climate resilience. But we will hear everything more with our speakers today. We'll have first some opening remarks and then a panel discussion where we will hear from experts on great example of digitalization and climate resilience. So without further ado, it's my honor now to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Grammeno Mastroianni. He's the Senior Deputy Secretary General at the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean for his opening remarks. So please welcome Mr. Grammenos.
Well, thank you for choosing to host this event in this small pavilion that is bringing a huge idea, which is totally in tune with what you are proposing. But first, I'm happy that in the various aspects of digitalization that you're listing in the concept, there is no artificial intelligence, because I suspect that the computers would suggest to wipe out the human race. But what's happening here in the Mediterranean is discomforting. As you mentioned, it's a climate hotspot. It's a little bit more than that. We are the second fastest warming region in the world. And the Mediterranean Sea is the fastest warming. Associated with these two measurements, there are foreseen impacts which are extremely severe. We're talking about 250 million people in water scarcity in a very short time, and a lot of other problems, but this is not the theme of the day. The theme of the day is another one, is that in face of these terrible impacts, the threat becomes multiplied by another dimension, which is that the Mediterranean is highly asymmetric. It means that it's a place of rich and poor. It's a place where the demographic trends are absolutely opposite. So the same severe impacts falling on an area which has a reasonably just distribution of income, a reasonably just distribution of education resources would be a lot less dangerous. And this is one point. The other point is that this pavilion is sending out a message. Okay, the negotiations at the COP, which are, I give you if you give me. But in the Mediterranean, where our member states belong to opposite negotiating groups, in parallel, behind, beyond, all the dynamics of the negotiation, we are experimenting a new solution, which is blossoming out of science. Science, not ideology, not policy, tells us that although there are some rich actors, nobody around the Mediterranean has enough resources to cope with the crisis of this pace and this amplitude. But if we put together our differences, our different strengths, we end up having a basket of larger solutions. In this scope, we launched very strongly this approach, for instance, in energy. We are taking the first steps to build a Mediterranean energy community based on renewables. This is happening also in food chains. In a few years, the south of Europe will have a climate which is not his traditional one. So we need South Shore expertise, South Shore phytogenetic heritage. This climate change is obliging us to put together what we have, which is also something that rebalances asymmetry, because integrated economies necessarily go towards a rebalancing of asymmetries, which builds also different atmosphere. Let us think of something, and I'm approaching your team, like technology transfer. Technology transfer used to be a very tense chapter in climate negotiation, except that we are trying to go beyond it. It's knowledge sharing. If on one side there are some capabilities, on the other side there are other capabilities, traditional architectural solution, traditional agricultural solution, etc. But among the many assets that it is useful to share, there is digitalization. My organization has a specific program on digitalization, but it's not focused necessarily on climate change. About climate change, we are doing a few things through which, about climate change and digitalization, we are doing a few things through which we are realizing what we consider the bottleneck. That is, for instance, with Copernicus satellite system, we launched some experiments monitoring of climate conditions that influence the effectivity of renewable energy, monitoring for non-transmissible diseases, monitoring for the protection of cultural heritage against seaborne threats, this kind of things. And what we realized is that transferring the technology is not that difficult, sharing the technology, because we are still a cultivated, well-educated community. What is really difficult is reaching the end user. And with Copernicus, for instance, we are considering to have seminars. For instance, let us gather the representative of medium-ranking local authority officers, the ones who are most probably the first practical users of information provided by Copernicus, because they are unreadable if you don't have a training. So we believe that the big bottleneck to solve and to open is end users' literacy, rather than being worried that there are countries who are not able to use computers. That's not the case in our region. And I really hope that this event can give us some advice also in this direction. Thank you very much, and compliments for the idea of touching this theme, which is really strategic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gramenos Mastroianni. Thank you for your remark on highlighting the importance of bolstering science, but also reaching the end users for literacy. So talking about literacy, I think now we can kick off our panel. We will have 4 speakers today, excellent speakers. The first one will be connected online. Then I welcome, after the first speaker will give his presentation, I welcome the 3 others that are here in front of me on stage. I will introduce you later. For now, if we can have the first speaker online. So we are honored to have here the Program Officer for Green Digital Action at the International Telecommunication Union. Miss Robin Zerker, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but the question that I would like to ask you is what is the role of the International Telecommunication Union, and what strategies for promoting digital tools you are using to strengthen climate resilience in the Mediterranean countries?
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. Many thanks to the Union for the Mediterranean for inviting me to speak in this panel. I actually just had a baby, so I'm sad that I can't be a COP this year, but it's really nice that through digital tools I can still contribute to the discussion. So for those that don't know the ITU, we're the UN Specialized Agency for Digital Technology. Our mission is, first of all, to connect the world, and secondly, sustainable digital transformation to ensure that while we connect the 2.6 billion people that are currently not connected to the internet, that this is done in a sustainable way. So in terms of environmental perspective, of course, that the e-waste rates, that greenhouse gas emissions, energy use don't continue rising, which unfortunately they do. But we're trying to work with our membership to turn around the curve. Aurora just mentioned it before. Today's Digitalization Day, which is really a key moment for the digital tech community. It's the first ever Digitalization Day at a COP, so really putting digitalization at the forefront, showing that digital is really key in terms of negative but also positive consequences on the planet. And just a few minutes ago, a roundtable concluded, actually, organized by ITU together with the COP29 presidency and the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of Azerbaijan on green digital action, and it also concluded in the adoption of a declaration, and we received endorsements of more than 1,000, or representing more than 1,000 entities endorsing the declaration, where it highlights specifically that it is important to understand that digital tech is key in mitigating and adapting to climate change, but it also cautions about the negative effects. And then on the topic of this panel, specifically on climate resilience, the declaration makes specific reference to climate resilience. So there's 8 common objectives within the declaration. And I just wanted to mention a few references to climate resilience specifically. So under the first objective on leveraging digital technologies and tools for climate action, it also includes the objectives to enhance climate monitoring and forecasting and strengthen emergency response and preparedness capabilities, including through mobile early warning systems. Then the second objective calls for building resilient digital infrastructure, so highlighting the importance of designing infrastructure resilient to climate change impacts. And then another objective speaks about fostering sustainable innovation. So that's all about mobilizing existing funds and investing across all channels in innovation and the implementation of digital technologies, also for climate resilient infrastructure. And then, as was just mentioned before, of course, digital literacy is key. So the declaration also calls for promoting digital skills, digital literacy, capacity building, and also invites best practice sharing among countries. So I think this is where the Union for the Mediterranean is really a key body as well, that can facilitate such best practice sharing, especially in regions that can face similar climate change consequences. So for us, the declaration is really critical to amplify the collective voice of the digital community and also beyond. But of course, the declaration alone is not enough. So our goal is to turn the commitments expressed in the declaration into action. And through the Green Digital Action Initiative that I'm project managing in ITU, it's one of the collaboration frameworks that is mentioned in the declaration alongside UNFCCC technology mechanisms. So through Green Digital Action, we're really trying to bring the private and the public sector together for accelerated climate action. So we launched Green Digital Action last year at COP28. It's really a year-long initiative where public and private sector coming together across different thematic pillars to try to identify where can we together make a difference, and then they're issuing calls to action. And now at this COP, it's fantastic that through the support of the COP29 presidency, they've made the initiative an official presidency initiative among the 14 that they have. And with this declaration, we're really hoping that we can get more entities on board, also those that might not traditionally be the ones that are engaged with the digital tech industry, just because it reaches so many. So just specifically on the topic of this session, I wanted to highlight three specific aspects, just to go a little bit more into detail. First, on early warnings or early warning systems with a focus on AI. Secondly, speak about smart submarine cables. And then the last point, briefly touch on resilient digital infrastructure with a focus on data centers. So, of course, the Mediterranean, they are facing, they have a heightened disaster risk because, well, the coastal zones face heightened risk through flooding and erosion. And also we heard before that the Mediterranean region is warming 20% faster than the global average. So also wildfires and so on can be an increased risk. So early warning systems are crucial, especially with climate change increasing extreme weather events. And the United Nations Early Warnings for All initiative was established to ensure that every person in the world is protected by an early warning system. ITU, we lead Pillar 3 on warming dissemination and communication to ensure that every person at risk can be warned on time to take action. And so with 95% of the world population covered by mobile networks and almost 80% owning a mobile phone, warnings via cell broadcast are immediate and targeted, alerting people with siren sound. And through Green Digital Action last year, we had a fantastic pledge by GSMA. They pledged together with 11 mobile network operators to support the Early Warnings for All initiative through emergency cell broadcast, for example. So this is just one example how Green Digital Action is really trying to get concrete commitments on board. And at ITU, we're also fully leveraging the power of AI. So we are a very active part of the Early Warnings for All subgroup on artificial intelligence. And there, with Microsoft and other partners, we're integrating the ITU disaster connectivity map with satellite and AI data so that we can find gaps where people are at the highest risk. Google and others are also supporting the work. And one of the outcomes of this group is now the global map of the unconnected, which visualizes how many people live in places beyond the reach of fixed broadband and mobile network. And it also helps identify population groups vulnerable to natural hazards as they cannot receive digital emergency notifications. If this is something you're interested in, today actually at 2:30 on the Bulgarian Pavilion, there's a session specifically by the AI subgroup for Early Warnings for All, so they will go more into detail on this. Then the second point I wanted to briefly speak about is smart cables. So SMART stands for Science, Monitoring and Reliable Telecommunications Subsea Cables. So this is ITU together with UNESCO and WMO have established in 2012 already a joint task force to investigate the use of such smart cables for ocean and climate monitoring and disaster warning. So these cables are really leveraging the telecommunication network. So they're traditional telecommunication networks, but they're piggybacking on the power of these cables and have sensors on them that can track different elements of the deep ocean. So first of all, temperature, ocean bottom pressure, and then seismic acceleration. So through this, there can really be all early warnings for tsunamis, for volcanic activities, and earthquake measurements. So this is really fantastic, and it's rather novel, although the task force was established in 2012, but the first smart cable system contract was signed earlier this year, connecting Vanuatu and New Caledonia. And now there are plans that are advancing to connect mainland Portugal with the Azores and Madeira. So this is really a very interesting development, and there's a lot of potential in these. So we know how to deliver life-saving alerts to all, but we need concerted efforts to help every country build early warning capacity. And just spending the last couple of minutes that I have, I wanted to briefly shift the focus a little bit to go into the climate resilient digital infrastructure topic. So to really make sure that infrastructure is protected and doesn't and is not like harmed by increased disasters or extreme weathers. So digital infrastructure has become increasingly vulnerable to climate risks. And as we've mentioned before, like the Mediterranean region can face more heat waves, fires, floods as a consequence of climate change. And all these, like floods, landslides, cyclones, powerful storms and winds, water scarcity, extreme heat, can damage critical digital infrastructure and can disrupt, for example, power supply, transport, banking, and government services. So really, as economies digitalize more, disruptions to the digital infrastructure can have economy-wide implications. And just to go a bit into detail on one example on data centers. So these data hosting solutions are, of course, becoming increasingly important to support everyday functions across society. So World Bank and ITU, in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and the German GIZ, has developed a guide on green data centers. And green within the guide doesn't just mean like data centers minimizing the environmental footprint, but also data centers that are managing climate risks. So because climate hazards affect data centers in diverse ways, ranging from gradual changes, so really sea level rise and changes in temperature, to sudden disasters, storms and floods and so on. Flooding can, for example, damage data center ICT equipment. Drought can restrict water access for cooling, and high temperatures can stress cooling systems. Just to give one concrete example, with climate change, a data center designed initially for an annual 0.2% flood risk could face a 1% risk, which effectively reduces its planned lifespan by 20%. So it's really like these risks differ according to geography and climate zones, and the guide offers concrete strategies on how these risks could be, well, first of all, assessed and then reduced. And within the guide, the recommendation is really that governments and organizations must take measures to prevent disruption, for example, by assessing risk, promoting climate resilient design, and preparing and implementing disaster recovery plans. And climate resilience should be considered not only when planning and operating individual data centers, but also at a national level to protect critical infrastructure. So again, I think this is really something where countries that might face similar issues because they are located in a similar climate zone can together collaborate and understand a little bit better the risks they may face in similar infrastructure projects. So that's it from my side for now. I hope that wasn't too much information, but
yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Well, a virtual applause or in presence applause for Ms. Zerker. Thank you so much for providing the overview from the UNFCCC framework until really concrete examples of climate resilience, both for infrastructure and data centers. And good luck also with your baby, and congratulations for this good news. So now we proceed to our, actually I welcome the three panelists on stage. It's there, yes. You can all come on stage. And our first speaker will be Mr. Ali Abdo. He is actually a Guinness, well, he mentioned his many times Guinness World Record, but his Guinness World Record for a ride to COP29. And he's also Chief Partnership Officers at ESG End. So please, Mr. Abdo, can you tell us more about this record and about your work with digitalization, with also a focus on youth?
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Ali Abdo. I'm a motorcyclist and eco-adventurer coming from a long background in information technology. I have been working as application architect, infrastructure consultant. I participated in building a number of huge digital projects in Middle East. Then I left the information technology side and I started my company ESG And, which is specialized in building sustainability solutions. But today mainly I'm talking about the ride to COP. The ride to COP29, it is the third ride to United Nations conference of climate change. Each ride, each year, I'm riding an electric bike from the host country to the next host. So this year I started a ride from Dubai till Baku on electric bike, and the ride itself is registered at Guinness Book of Record as the most cities visited on electric bicycle in a continuous journey. But why we are doing that? It is not about the bike, it is not about the ride, it is about people. Everyone is talking about the impact of climate change on vulnerable communities, rural areas, different communities, but 99% of these people don't have that chance to participate in such events. No one seeing them here and they don't know what's happening in such conferences and events. So the ride is a framework of connecting these people with what's happening on the conference and what's happening on different countries. So in each country we visit by the motorcycle or the bike, we visit universities, schools, highlighting the impact of climate change on different communities, on different groups, on different industries. We document that and we share it on social media just to let the world know what's happening in these cities and this location. And most of these communities are vulnerable. They don't have enough power to share their voice or to deliver their message, so we share their voice and their message through our platforms. Not only the impact of climate change, also we share sustainability solution we have seen during our ride, even it is a startup or a small solution or a community-based solution or a national project, just to inspire other countries and other communities to replicate the idea. When it comes to digitalization, we partner with a number of organizations. So we visit universities. Sometimes we have hackathons. We have competition in green tech or climate tech, mentoring some youth, building clean startups or green startups. So it is not about the ride itself. It's about a different way of climate action, a different way of accelerating climate action with a connection to people. Why we are using a bike or a motorcycle? It is the most vulnerable transportation method. You are on the air, you are with people. It is easy to let people come and ask you. You are not on a car with a door closed around you. No one will knock the door and asking you about something. You are already on the street with them. So it gives you like a bond with people. It makes the connection easy with everyone. 2 days ago, we announced our ride to COP30 with COP29 presidency here. So next year, we will starting from Baku to Brazil, passing by most of Europe after Turkey and Georgia. So we had a similar ride in Egypt, you had a similar ride in GCC countries. So the ride is meant to connect people, exchange information, explaining different points of view. As I believe climate action needs more peace and acceptance from different nations. You need to understand that it's a different communities, different cultures, different people living on these areas, and they have the right to live well. That is the main idea behind the ride. I'm trying to make it short as possible, as we have a limited time. You can follow the ride to 2030, which is our main initiative. You can find all the updates, or you can follow us on LinkedIn to learn more about the stories and the reflection of the ride, or is this ride or the previous ride. Thank you.
Thank you so much. An applause for Mr. Abdo. Actually, I have a follow-up question, if I may. I'm just very curious because this is so interesting and unique and exciting. How did you get this idea? Where does this idea come from?
I'm riding a motorcycle since I used to work as an infrastructure architect, as an as IT guy or a digital guy. Mainly, you are working online most of the time. So at a moment, I decided to explore the world and find a method helping me to get outside and to see other places, which was the motorcycle. After the first ride with the motorcycle, I discovered that I don't know anything about the world. Even I don't know about the country I'm living in. At this moment, I decided that I will visit all Egyptian cities on a motorcycle. And during this visit, I realized that there is a lot of vulnerable communities need different kind of support. That's why I launched my initiative to support these people through the hobby or what I can do.
Yeah, this is so inspiring. Thank you so much. And especially because I think when we fly, we usually fly to places and we don't realize what is in between, and actually there are communities, there are stories, there are environments that we will never see. So this is really very, very inspiring. I know you will have to leave soon, so well, if you want to connect with him, I'm sure he will be available for questions bilaterally. So yeah, again, an applause for Mr. Ali Abdo. Just when you have to leave, just you can go.
Thank you. I'm sorry for leaving here.
Yes.
Very sorry. Thank you.
If you want. Yes. Okay, so now we can proceed. Actually, we just discussed about a very specific, innovative example, innovative idea for climate action. Now we will go back to data and monitoring. So today we have the honor to have with us Ms. Laurence Ruil. She's the director of the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service. So it's a big privilege, and the question I have for you is what is the role of advancing digital monitoring systems for monitoring air pollution and getting real-time data? Thank you, and also an applause for Ms. Laurence, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yes, it's fine? Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give you a few insights about what we are doing within Copernicus and what is our contribution to climate resilience. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk about this angle, air quality and climate change, because it's true that the Mediterranean region is a very special region. As said by Mr. Maciolini, this is a hotspot, the second warmest hotspot, and this is something that we can see on the maps that we produce thanks to observations. This is also a region where sunshine is also particular, a lot of sunshine, which creates, it's nice for holidays, but it also creates some concerns, some environmental concerns. For instance, this is responsible, sunshine plus high temperature is responsible for high ozone concentrations outside, which is harmful pollutants for health, but also for ecosystems. Also, hot temperature, dry condition, sunshine can be responsible for forest fire, wildfires that impacts a lot the Mediterranean region. We remember the Greek wildfires this summer, and also some particular events linked to saran dust and long-range transport of saran plumes, thanks to dry conditions. And what you see on my slide, this is exactly what we try to monitor, thanks to observations coming from Earth, from satellite, from in-situ network, and from models. This is an illustration of what we can do with the Copernicus systems that are based on the aggregation of all data that we can find. So at ECMWF, my organization, which is a European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecast, where we are responsible for the implementation of two Copernicus services, the climate one and the atmosphere monitoring one. But both of them are based on the aggregation of information from Earth, from in situ, thanks to models. So this is an example of digitalization, and it's true that one of the main challenges that we have to face are the users, how to create added value data, information that could be directly usable by our users. So just to say how we can monitor climate and air pollution for climate resilience, I think that there are two aspects. First, monitoring for better anticipating. Thanks to satellites, to in-situ network, we can have those near real-time systems, and thanks to good new technologies. This is what the lady from the ITUs just said before. Thanks to this new technology, we can anticipate very quickly the event and create some early warning system for climate, but also for air pollution. We can also downscale the impact regarding human health and environment. And also, we use these data and the historical data sets that are produced by observations, but also by the models, to create reanalysis and analysis data sets that are certainly the best estimate that we can provide regarding the behavior of the weather and air pollution variables. And those are just examples of what we are doing with CAMS and CISWES, which is the climate system. So maps, air pollution maps in near real time, knowing what will happen tomorrow, what has happened yesterday, and also 20 years before, and how the regulations that are implemented could have impacted the situation. So just few words about innovation and digitalization. What I think is very important, being able to assimilate and to process a huge number of data sets and huge volumes of data sets. It's true that near real time is a critical issue, and here there is really a challenge for digitalization, and also the fact that we have to combine various data sets from citizen science to satellites. You can imagine that those data sets are very different format. This is very important. Machine learning systems, of course, those are game changers, because with that you can imagine to be able to aggregate a large number of variables, but not only climate or weather or air pollution variables, but also land cover variables, population density variables, to be able to get in touch with the users, because finally it's true that the essential climate variables, this is not something that is very clear for the general public, for the users. So you have to aggregate this information to get in touch with the users, and this is also the way towards digital twins. Also to be able to project data and numerical models, whether they are physics-based models or data-driven models, are also the key to anticipate what might happen according to the policies that our policymakers are ready to implement for mitigation and adaptation strategies. And maybe if I have one takeaway message, okay, just thank you.
Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to say that if we want to develop all those systems that are able to forecast, to project what will happen in the coming years, and to understand based on what happened in the past year, we need data. And this is very important to develop the system, to get data and to have an open data, efficient data policy to be developed, to be able to develop the systems. There are other advantages and benefits from open data policy. I think that those are transparency and confidence. If you want to develop trustworthy system, people need to check what you're doing. So this is very important, to open your data so that everyone could use it and also check what you're doing. Intercomparability, if you have various systems, this is good to be sure that they give the same strengths and creativity to be able to develop new system. And just to say that within Copernicus, we have our atmosphere and climate data store implemented by ECMWF. All the data, all the products that we develop are completely free and open for use for everyone. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Director Ruy. It was great to hear about data, how you're using data for monitoring, for real-time predictions. And also thank you for underlying the importance of open data and of end users availability. Actually, this reminds me of an application that is, so I'm from Italy, I'm from Torino. Yeah. And the regional environment office at some point made available an application where you could see real-time storm forecast. So you could see the map and really see, okay, is the storm coming to my house, which is great. I think, you know, there is always possibility of scaling up, of improving the precision of the prediction, etc. But indeed, we need to get this data and then bring it to the user in a suitable way that is useful. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Thank you so much again. Again, an applause, please. And by the way, if you have any questions, keep them. We will have around 5-10 minutes for questions at the end. Now we have another great presentation from Miss Katja Eisbrenner. She's the director at Guidehouse, and we just discuss about outdoor air. Pollution, but not just pollution, but actually she will talk about indoor air through an exciting project, I think, that I'm very curious to hear about, which is about sustainable cooling technologies, energy efficiency, and how you're making this environmental sustainability real in indoor environments. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for the invitation. It's great to be at the Mediterranean Pavilion because the program that I'm working with is actually in the MENA region and Turkey. So the project is called Cool Up, Upscaling Sustainable Cooling. It's financed by the International Climate Initiative of the German government, and it's now in its third year. So it's running for 6 years, which is really nice because you really have time to not only develop the policies, but also to support on the implementation of the policies. We are working in Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and Turkey. It's a regional project, and we strongly believe in the regional projects because you can also learn and transfer experience. You also bring together different players, and I think sometimes it also helps to increase the ambition, because if you see your neighbors already doing it, you think, oh, actually then we should also be doing it. We bring together in this program lots of different players. I think we have 12 members in the consortium, which is always a combination of international organizations, regional organizations, and local organizations in the country. Here the key organizations are UNDP. We are also working with some specific people on like F-gas experts, technology experts, and we also have the Regional Center for Renewable and Energy Efficiency, RECRI, and actually in the audience here is the acting executive director, Dr. Majid. So it's really great. We're being at the Mediterranean Pavilion. We really feel at the center here. So thanks for the invitation. What we do in the program, we bring together policy, technology, and finance, because you're not, I mean, here we're at the COP, you're talking about NDCs, but we are also supporting the countries with national cooling action plans, which is then the next level when it comes down to really starting the implementation. And we're also in this national cooling action plans support identification of measures. And I think that's when it comes to now the technology. And we heard about the setting, a bit about like the heat. I don't need to talk about that because we heard that from Laurence just now, but I can provide a few additional facts because cooling is actually one of the elements that is very much needed. Our program focuses on indoors, on buildings and refrigeration units in supermarkets, so it's really looking at these aspects. And there's a high potential for digitalization when it comes also to the technologies that are used. We are promoting specifically natural refrigerant solutions, which are not using synthetic refrigerants, which have maybe a low global warming potential, but are actually still harmful for the environment. So we are supporting the leapfrogging of the interim technologies that are supported by the industry because you make more money with them. By Kigali, anyway, the natural solutions have to be put forward. Specifically, globally, 7% of the global emissions account for space cooling, which is a lot. 7% is huge. So and it will be more. So I'm always astonished. So there's 93 million air conditioning units in the MENA region, and it's expected to triple by 2050 due to also what we heard here and the expectations with the increased temperatures. So there's really a need to look into that. And maybe for those in refrigeration, you have two emissions. So when we're talking about mitigation, you have the emissions coming from the refrigerants, which are really in the thousands sometimes, but also from electricity use. And that is, of course, when we look at these type of solutions. The governments need to look at it. They need to accept that they're really a critical infrastructure and that we will actually look into the technology options that exist. We looked at some potential is there, of course, in artificial intelligence, which is just at the starting point. But it's also an opportunity for already existing ones. So we can, of course, go with that. And one of the things is predicting refrigerant leakages. So one of the biggest emissions, at least, is when you look at where the emissions are coming from. But also you can optimize the use of the systems, and that's already there. You have smart meters when it comes to electricity, but really when some of the things that are very practical that we're doing in the project, we're training technicians to optimize the systems, and then when it comes to household owners, to also know, like, you don't need the house cooled all day long. So I think that's digitalization really comes into that. Smart meters, I said that already. We also saw that, and that's maybe also what you're doing, I think, here at Copernicus, is that you can, with the satellite data, also help the cities to understand where are the hotspots, so that you can direct the cooling with this in the regions. In the MENA region, we have a high potential for district cooling. It's at its infancy, and some countries have started it already. In UAE, I think we have going there, so that's a very good potential. Yeah, we can also work with heat maps, as I said before, but then also looking at alternative when it comes to resilience, what can trees do? We have looked into this, and sometimes if you have, you can reduce the temperatures by 3 to 5 degrees by just having trees and other environmental settings in this. Just as an example, that is actually very coming from my hometown, and I'm living in Germany, in Brühl, so it's like not one of the hotspots, but the city actually asks the citizens to where are cool spaces in the cities. So how can you actually do that? And they're offering cool walks, so where they walk, the participants, like when it gets hot in the summer days, where they can go, and they of course also, not of course, but I think it's nice, they also installed water fountains for public accessibility, just as examples where even in our, like, yeah, still normal climate, I would say, in Germany, we are not so much affected with that. So I think this is a few examples on. We heard about the cooling the data centers. Cooling is relevant here, and also, of course, you can look at the different types of solutions there, but it's definitely needed, and technology is there. Coming back to actually what the Excellency said at the beginning, it's also looking at how you design your houses. It's not, I mean, when it comes to technology solutions, that's just one part, but there's very many people still not even with access to electricity, so not even let alone access to air conditioning. So we need to look at the traditional knowledge, how to build houses, and that has been used. I mean, some simple thing is you paint the rooftops white. Sometimes it's not used anymore because it's not chic, it's not cool in the sense of what is trendy, and architects may also have forgotten some of that knowledge. So I think there's a potential there also to go into this, which then of course is also making the cities more resilient and coming with indirect and direct adaptation measures. Maybe I'll leave it here and we can go to the audience for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, and an applause for this inspiring intervention. I think you gave so many inputs. I'm not sure I can summarize it, so many examples, but I really love what you're saying, the fact that, you know, sometimes I think also here at COP we hear a lot about, oh, we need innovative solution, we really need to think about outside the box, etc. Yes, we do need that, but also there are simple solutions, low-hanging fruit that we can implement and that are more efficient than ever. And look at, for example, yes, not keeping the cooling or the heating on the whole day, maybe it's already an example. So with this, I think we already had a lot of inputs and insights. So I would like now to give the microphone to the audience, actually. So if you have any sort of curiosity or questions for our speakers, I don't know if our speaker online is still, yes, also our speaker online from the International Telecommunication Union, she's still there. So any questions? It's very informal, as you see. Is there any curiosity? We heard about data at European level, an example on cooling. We heard about infrastructure resilience. Any questions?
Yes. I can add something.
Yeah, yes, of course.
Just to echo also the introductory talk. I think that there is something that is also very important in what we are developing in these systems that we are implementing. This is this unbalanced situation in the Mediterranean area, with areas that are quite well documented regarding, for instance, in situ network, regarding information about activity data, emission data, things like that, and some areas that are less documented. And I think that collectively we really have to think about that, to think about the way, yes, to upscale the information that we are able to develop where there is a lot of data, and to be able to cover and also to propose systems, services, information to the areas which are less documented. I think that this is an important thing that really we have to think about that.
Yes, indeed, like having more homogeneous also data so
and
that we can cover
easy.
for areas. And this also connects to the ride of Ali that actually went to an explored area to see how climate impacts are affecting that area. Katja, did you want to, because you cut your speech, did you want to add anything to what was discussed?
No, I think it's really, I really liked the diversity of the panel, I might say, because it's really also all about the people. I think that's what we heard in the second presentation. And that's also where, we need to look for how the solutions, how we can make them accessible. Sometimes even policy plays a role, because if you don't, if you go to the store and want to buy an air conditioning, you don't necessarily know what is the better choice, the one with this R or this R of a refrigerant. So I think that's where the policy and makers really have to play a role and support the industry also to switch. And I think that's when it comes to financing. We haven't talked about financing yet, but I think that's really an important one. This is also the COP for financing. So we also need to consider how, energy efficiency in general, and specifically in building, the building sector accounts for 60%. It's really a lot. And it's really something is old-fashioned. I think that's maybe also a plea to, we not always need to go to the next hype and next hype. We still need to have homework to do on stuff that we knew already 20 years ago. So I think maybe sometimes let's look back at what we proposed, at least in terms of the measures for the policymakers. So I think that's really what collectively we can do. Of course, it's really great that we have better satellite data and everything, and that's also needed. Everything plays its role. But as you said, we need to interconnect it. It's really that system perspective that we need to have.
And sustainable financing is important. Sustainability. Yes. Not one shot.
Yes, sustainable financing indeed is key, and this is the finance scope, as you're saying, so it's super important. Do we have any questions from our audience? You were super clear about your presentation. Congratulations. Well, maybe I have a question, because so at the beginning we discussed the topic of reaching the end users was discussed. But today we are at COP, so this is international policy making, multilateral discussion. So how can we bridge this gap also according to the work you're doing to reach the end users? What is the one thing, or what's your vision for reaching end user and making better use of all this data and all these solutions that we have?
Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true that what is discussed here at COP and what we are talking about when we talk about climate, we talk about global issues. And it's true that the effort and the solutions will be found globally. It's important. But it's also very important to be able to downscale the information, but also the effort at the more local scale, at the city scale, and I think that some cities, a lot of cities in fact, are very active everywhere in the world. And this is bringing the information, the relevant information that is maybe, as I said, I think open data is really the key point, to be able to reach the users, to reach the local scale, to give them the information that they need to develop some local action understand local system and also to anticipate themselves what can happen at the local scale. So once again, for me, sharing data is really a key point.
Yeah, and if I may follow up, do you think who should be the key player here? Is it the policy makers that should, make some regulation about open data, or do you think it's more down to the centers? What are the key players?
I think that open data, we talk a lot about open data policy, and I think that it can be a sensitive policy issue, of course. And it's true that when data is produced thanks to the public effort, so thanks to everyone who is ready to pay, so that some organizations could produce information. This is very important that is open. There are more private activities. Sometimes this is more difficult to get data from commercial activities. I think if policymakers could help in some regulation that will help to open also this commercial data, it could be very, very helpful, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe if I complement or make a link. So from the international level to the local level. So what we need in the NDCs, everybody wants more ambition. But in the end, also the implementation on the ground is needed. And what I referred to at the beginning, we will start demonstration projects. I'm usually not a big fan, I must say, sometimes for these pilots or so. But in this case, we really believe that it's needed to bring these new technologies into the countries because it has to do with trust in the technology. So the plan is that we will introduce demonstration projects in each of the partner countries that are bringing natural refrigerant air conditioning units. We're importing them at this moment because they're not manufactured yet in the country. But they have the potential to actually also change the manufacturing lines in the country. And that's, I think, also where the MDBs and everybody can play a role. And that is then, so once you have these technologies there and the policy makers also see that it's working and that they will actually reduce the emissions with their own accounts, I believe that they're maybe more willing to change their NDCs if they because they usually change them when they know that they will achieve it and not in the ambition to maybe do that. But maybe that's also really the connection. We need to make these connections.
Yeah, of course, yes. Thank you for this addition. Just before closing, I was wondering if our online speaker, just as a final remark, we have 2 more minutes, so if you have a 1-minute remark, and then we go for the closing.
Sure, thanks a lot. No, very quickly, just on the open data. Within Green Digital Action Initiative, we also have one pillar on open data, and we have a fantastic partner there, the Digital Impact Alliance. So they launched last year a joint learning network on unlocking data for climate action. So they've really looked into some of the perspectives behind, like, why is data locked behind unaffordable paywalls, the siloed approach with privacy concerns, compiled out in outdated data formats and so on. And just yesterday they released the final report with their summary. So if you're more interested in this open data trust issue, then I'm just going to upload the report on the Green Digital Action webpage for you if you're interested. That was just what I wanted to contribute. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for adding this. And yes, I think we're all interested to know more about this. So I think we are at the end of our session. We had a great set of panelists here. We had very different perspective, which I loved because I think you can always get new ideas and also increase partnership also across different actors. So I think I have a couple of personal takeaways from this session. The first one is that when we talk about digitalization, we also need to talk about resilience of the infrastructure that are allowing the digitalization. We also need to consider the internet access. So, for example, actually Robin mentioned there are 2.6 billion people without internet access. So this is also another issue to solve. And then also second takeaway is about the real need of open data and the support that we need to have from policymakers in facilitating this process. And then also going more at the local scale, your example were great, and my takeaway there is that we can really have concrete solution, and once we have the pilot solution and we can show this to the policymaker, then it will be easier to continue the discussion. But of course, in this case, finance plays a critical role. So with this, I want to thank again all our speakers, also Ali that unfortunately had to leave, our online speaker and in-person speaker. We are here for questions if you have any. And yes, let's make the best use of digitalization for climate resilience. Thank you.
Millions of green jobs will be created in the upcoming years, in the further decades, driven by major changes in renewable energies, in hydrogen, and many other trending topics on energies and environment. Also driven by the fact that there is no way that the companies of the future will not integrate the green leg into their business models. So to respond to this major evolution of the working market, we know that the workers will need to have the skills, the green skills that the market is requesting from them. What we know, or at least what we hear quite often, so much that it has become a kind of urban legend, is that there is a skills gap between the needs of the market and what our workers have, and in particular what the younger generation have. I'm not telling that there is that gap, but it is true that it is something that's on the table. If it's on the table so often, there is probably some grounds for this justification. Anyway, this is a Mediterranean problem. This is a Mediterranean challenge. Green markets will evolve in the Mediterranean, and green skills are also needed in the Mediterranean. So we have to prepare. This is a Mediterranean challenge. And Interact Next Med program, the program we are representing here today, is all about addressing challenges. So this is clearly one of our duties for the future, for this program and for the future program. Today we are going to have a 1-hour event to address this question. Also, we have an upcoming calls for proposals that will be launched very soon, where you will have the opportunity to address green skills, green jobs, and all the questions that are related with. Our first speaker today will bring the policy perspective. It is very important for the program to be aligned with the Mediterranean strategies, the Mediterranean agendas, and the major direction lines that are drafted at Mediterranean level. That is why we are always in synergy with one of our major partners, which is the Union for the Mediterranean. So for the Union for the Mediterranean, we are going to contact now with Mr. Giuseppe Provenzano. He's Research, Innovation and Employability Manager. And it's a very good timing for you and for us, because you have just issued a very remarkable report on green jobs and green skills. And we are very much expecting to hear from you on this. So please, Giuseppe, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Vincent, and really thank you as Interact Next Med for really bringing this very incredibly timely topic. Why? Because when we talk about the Mediterranean, we tend to hear always about the challenges, about what's not working, about what risk we are witnessing. And indeed, in this region, we are incredibly under stress. We are under threat by climate change. I'm not going to repeat all the information that we heard all over and over again in this Mediterranean pavilion, but we are indeed under threat as a very fragile region in which we are witnessing the impacts from climate change, from sea level rise, from non-native species invasions, from droughts, salinization of soil, and so on. And this is a topic that for us at the Union for the Mediterranean has been uptaken even politically. So whenever our ministers meet, climate change is always up here as a priority. And here, for instance, we are seeing what they agreed on in terms of research and innovation agendas, where climate change, water scarcity, agriculture, renewable energies are always the top of our agenda, because we cannot stay idle. But this is not indeed the only challenge that we have in the Mediterranean region. We have a second structural challenge which threatens the region socially on a comparable level with climate change, which is youth unemployment, which is unemployment to cool. So in this region, you mentioned very clearly that there is a gap which always alleged between job opportunities, offers on the job market from one side, and the other are the skills that we can find in universities, in research centers, in vocational education and training centers. Well, we have seen some quantification of this gap, and 1/3 of companies have a few years ago answered a survey saying, yes, this is for us the major challenge, the skill gap. We cannot find the knowledge, the competences we want in the job market for expanding our hiring pool. And this is quite significant if you think that in this region we have between 15% and 32% of young people which are classified as needs. And this is a bit of a challenge at a global level. What is interesting here in the Mediterranean is that 1/4 of all the graduates in our region are unemployed on average, which means basically that the more you study in the Mediterranean region, the more likely you are to be unemployed. And this is unheard of, and this is very specific to our region. If you count into this, we have more than 30 million of university students. You can see that if we start working on green skills, this is an incredibly policy leverage that can have multiplying effect over and over in the Mediterranean. If you start to connect this to the climate crisis, you can realize that we have an incredible pool of talent which is just ready to be used to transform the issues, the challenges into opportunities for the future. This is where the Union for the Mediterranean have been trying to structure these double challenges and to present them as a unique opportunities, what we call the Innovation Employability Initiative. So we try to leverage universities and research centers, key actors for trying to innovate the Mediterranean region, our economies, to seize up the climate challenge from one side, and to the other to offer employment and careers and skills opportunity to the Mediterranean graduates, to the students, and to our researchers. We've been doing this since a few years, but what has been remarkable to us, what we learned, is that really we need to have more dialogue between the different spheres of society. When it comes to academia, to governments, to the business sector, here there is a clear lack of dialogue. This is here, it's an area, it's a space where we can intervene, and this is where we need programs such as the Interact Next Med program for trying really to have new initiative, new studies, new capacity building action, new opportunities for dialogue between these three spheres of societies, because if we can convince them that they can work together, then we can unlock the opportunities of the green economy. We've been trying to do this for a few years now. Lately, we published a report, a special report on green innovation, which have been trying to analyze this pipeline between academia and the job market and the businesses in 3 pilot countries, Tunisia, Jordan, Italy, but at a regional level, we've been trying to organize on the topic of green skills, first of all, some workshops where we brought together representatives of this triple helix system. So we had with us chambers of commerces, industrial associations, students, universities, and governments. And we try to devise the plan for green skills when it comes to food security from one side, which is incredibly important for climate change, or renewable energy. And this was the other big topic. Now we are coming to present a publication which is really the result of this high-level discussion. To this publication, you will be able to see, first of all, the macro-level environment of this just transition, as we call, which is bringing together the environmental perspective, but also the social perspective, leaving no one behind, and how we can combine this with green skills. We talk about planetary boundaries, for instance, what does it mean for the Mediterranean employment perspectives, and we try to argue that there is enough space for building a new Mediterranean agenda for higher education, for research, which is based on including new knowledge, new visions into university curricula, into research programs, and so on. And we try really to synthesize what was the perspective coming up from the ground. So when I had our meeting in Spain, in Algeria, with a really regional audience. Here you can have just a sneak peek, but rest assured that this week you will be able to see it in the UFM website. But what I want really to bring to you, and I know that my time here is limited, is 3 main points. What can we do in concrete terms? First of all, we can strengthen our strategic foresight. So we can start to really anticipate what the jobs are tomorrow are going to be, what really our local market, because we always need to think local in addition to regional, is going to be at a regional level. What can we do? And if we try to have this foresight, then we can prepare and adapt our curricula, our programs, really anticipate the needs. So based on this anticipation, we can try really to make green skills needs emerge and to try to incorporate them into our core activities. It needs not to be a forgotten course and an optional course and nobody's taking, but need to making horizontal, streamline it. When you are learning to be an electric engineer, you need to know what are the challenges of renewable energy. If you're working to be agri-food experts, you need to know what are the challenges coming from drought and from climate change in Mediterranean agriculture. And finally, this is a collective exercise, a call to action to try to make all of our own organization green, breaking down silos, having a unified approach. Green skills and the green approach, it's not a topic for somebody working in an organization. It's really a responsibility for all of us. And here I will thank you for your time. For any kind of question, I remind you that the publication will be on the UFM website.
Giuseppe, thank you so much. I think it's a must-read report for any person interested in addressing green skills in our program in the upcoming calls for proposals. So we are going to also reference this document in our terms of reference. I'm looking forward to read it. I think it's already downloadable. Am I right?
It will be starting Monday.
Okay, so by Monday we must put this in our reading list, of course. Many elements that you mentioned are very interesting. If you are going to work on this kind of topic in our projects, because I'm understanding that you are saying that there is a gap, so this is not a legend. There is a gap, we can acknowledge this. You also mentioned that one of the weak points is the lack of dialogue, which might be one of the grounds that is actually creating this gap, so the lack of dialogue. I understand that the lack of dialogue also between the academia and the business side. And well, the 3 points that you put on your last slide are clearly things that you can work on in the projects. Greening your organizations, for sure. We have a specific objective on SMEs, so we have to green SMEs. It's a major topic to address in this call. Also the strategic development and the strategic approach of the green skills development. That's very clear. Even in governance, which is one of our 9 specific objectives. And finally, there is also the one on trying to identify those emerging green skills, because green skill is a very general term. We don't know exactly what we're talking about. Are we talking about the way we can use sustainable food, energies, even water, or harder stuff like green finance? So really it's very vast, and I think we are going to have to identify this, and I think that thanks to your report, our task will be easier and the task of our projects will be easier. So thank you so much, Giuseppe.
Thanks to you.
Thanks. We had the policy perspective, and for you to draft a good project, you need to have the policy perspective, but you also need the expert perspective, you need the economics perspective, and that's why in this program we are also partnering with the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association. They are always very smart at anticipating our further needs, so what will be in the program in the future. And we are lucky to have with us today the founder and the president of EMEA, and she's going to talk about some interesting and, let's say, innovative perspective that we do not have in our mind, but that you do have, and that you should consider also when you are going to tackle green skills in the program. So thank you very much for being with us, Rim.
Good morning. No, good afternoon already. It's 12:30. So, thank you, Vincent, for the invitation. This topic is so important because we need to reskill ourselves, not only developing the skills for the students in tertiary education, but we also need to reskill ourselves for this green transition. And this takes not only the role of tertiary education, of course, this is important. But then, as you know, tertiary education in our region is based on universities, private universities, public universities. It takes time to change the curricula. I'm a professor myself, and I'm a professor in the City University of London, and it takes so much time to change a curricula. So it's not a press the button and we can change or reskill and do it. So. Unfortunately, yes. Maybe with artificial intelligence we can achieve that, but of course we need still the human content to be able to allow us to move into this greening our economy and achieving sustainable development. So, being said, this is not only about tertiary education, but also long life learning. Long life learning is essential for reskilling and upskilling, and also including the right skills to greening our economies. And I call them the green skills. So the green skills are what, in fact? It's all the knowledge that overall we acquire, the abilities and values and also attitudes, not only to work, but also to live, and to support sustainable development, and to also be in symbiosis with the nature. So this is not only about trying to develop certain specific skills to do a certain job, which is a green job because there is an advertisement to get into this job, but rather to change our mentality to live, to be able to be in symbiosis with the nature and think green too, and also act green and work green and live green. So this is not easy because we have lived in an economic model which is practically incentivizing us to live based on the post-industrialization period. And this is something that we in a way formatted our mentalities to live in a kind, what I call it, brown or gray, whatever you want to call it, polluting economy. But then at the same time, now we need to move into a complete different business model, economic model, I call it, which is a sustainable model that we would like to achieve. So in reality, these skills are essential to implement the technology and practices that, in fact, reduce environmental impact, reduce pollution, but also improve energy efficiency, water efficiency, and also promote the circular economy and the regenerative economy. So we need to think in an absolutely different way, and this is not an easy task and just a course or two, or I mean, it's a life process. It's a journey that we need to over time process. So I gave a few ideas in terms of what are the green skills that are needed, and I group them in four groups. One of them is the technical and specialized skills. These are skills that we could acquire based on certifications, and particular certification, like for example in terms of renewable energy efficiency, engineering, in terms of solar, wind, and then hydropower, sustainable construction, water management, waste management, and all of these. These are technical skills that can easily be adapted into our economic models nowadays that are being there, so it's new skills, and we can do that fast. Then agriculture and nature-based reskilling, which are, for example, agroecology, sustainable farming practices, biodiversity conservation, ecosystem restoration, agroforestry, and carbon sequestration techniques. All of these are not yet even introduced in the curricula, so we need to be able to learn them fast. Digital and some analytical skills in terms of, for example, early warning, data on monitoring emissions, environmental impact. We researchers, we had to upskill ourselves. Now we are learning which are those, how we can implement them into our research to be able to in fact, spread the knowledge on those elements. And then, of course, there are cross-cutting skills and so on. And then we can talk about the green jobs, and I'm not going to go into this. So I think we know what these are by now: sustainable agriculture, waste and circular economy, regenerative economy. I talked about it at the beginning of this COP. But now what I want to talk about is we need to think in a slightly integrated way. Means that we need to think of our brain capital. So our brain capital is, we developed this new initiative called the Brain Capital Framework, which connects our brain health and brain skills. Now, with pollution and with environmental hazard, our brain health is impacted, for example, through the use of plastics, through the higher frequency of, for example, fires, flooding. These are what we call the emotional stress that we are getting practically every once in a while, and this once in a while is becoming very frequent. And then the second part is brain skills. So how we can green our brain skills in such a way that our brain is healthier. So it's a feedback loop between the two. So we improve our greening, greening our brain skills. And then at the same time, this will have a positive feedback loop on our brain health. And this also brain health, higher brain health will increase, in fact, our interest to live with green skills. So it's really something that it's not really particular. And what we have done is we collaborated with neuroscientists, economists and neuroscientists, better understand how our brain is functioning, how our brain is attracting, the different skills that we develop over the years. So why, for example, certainly we could work in certain job or another job because we need to have a job. But rather nowadays we need to live in symbiosis with the environment to contribute, so we become a contributor to sustainable development rather than simply to maximize our financial value, in fact, in the labor market to, for example, as you say, because nowadays, I don't know, Giuseppe said that the return on education, the more you are educated, the less you earn. So it's already there. we know it for so many years. That the return on education overall in quantity basis in our region, it's even negative. So you better get educated less to earn more. And sometimes the job market doesn't even allow you to work on what you want. So my idea is to move into a complete different type of economy, which is well-being economy. What does it mean in practice? In practice, that I live in symbiosis with the environment or with the nature, okay, more particularly, and at the same time I reskill, not only because I have to go for a job which is a green job, but rather to live in harmony with myself and the nature. And this is what we call the new concept of ecological intelligence. And ecological intelligence in reality is the ability to understand and adapt to complex environmental systems, making informed decisions that minimize harm to the planet. and also to the economic models that we want to develop over time. And this is feasible because at the end those skills are different. So these skills are adaptability, resilience, creativity. And these are all skills that we can develop from early age and also in terms of lifelong learning. And we understand the environmental challenges at stake, and we implement them in our day-to-day life and also to our job. And this is possible. I mean, we have the list of skills, which are the brain skills that we would like to see in terms of green brain skills, right? And then we can, with that, develop the green brain capital. Okay, so the green brain capital means that it's a complete different concept, which is enhancing the human capital. So the human capital concept is already there, known. But then what we can do is to value this capital for a green economy. So it's all endogenous. It's not just, for a certain purpose to enhance my salary because, my company decided to go into a green job, okay? And then I need to maintain my job. No, it has to be an integrated approach with the way to live. I hope I was not very...
No, thank you very much. You got...
I tried.
I think you got excited because you like it very much. And
yes, very much.
The good point with you is that you always provide tons of information in a very short time. So it would even be a very hard time for the moderator to sum up what you've been talking to. But I think that I would, for those interested in working on green skills, there are a few elements that definitely are very interesting. Of course, the concept of brain capital. Now I finally understand it. I think it's very, very interesting, the concept. And I'm sure you'll be working on. But also, one important takeaway is that we should not consider green skills only as something that we have to request or be waiting from the academia or even from our companies, but it's our duty to develop it. It's lifelong education concern. So if you are going to address this, do not think of it as a static question, but as something that you can integrate throughout your life. And that's an important point because it's not only about use. In this program, we are quite some time a bit obsessed about use, but we don't have to forget the rest of the persons at every ages. And also the 4 blocks of green skills that you mentioned, I think it's a good start for any project. So thank you very much. Now we're going to follow with 2 of my colleagues, and they are going to address green skills and the upcoming call for proposals as far as green skills are concerned. The first one to speak will be my colleague Alejandro, and he's going to provide you in 5 minutes. You don't have much, I'm sorry for this, what we have been doing in terms of green skills so far.
Thank you, Vincent. So, if you are thinking about doing a project on green skills and you think that you can cooperate among partners to enhance these skills in the Mediterranean area, we're happy to provide you with some examples and some data that would be like helpful for you in case that you want. Bear in mind that at the Mediterranean level, Interreg NextMed is the 3rd edition of the program. We were working since 2007, more than 170 projects funded, and more than 400 million euros invested. And of course, all these projects wanted to address the challenges that covered the whole Mediterranean. And in this case, we are talking about skills. So we asked to the project proposals to really spot and address these skills that they think that they are necessary. So this is our cooperation area. We are covering more than 15 countries, and we know that the needs of in terms of job skills and the market might be different, but we all share common features, and of course we share also common climate, common building. So I mean the needs on for example energy efficiency or water management are, are quite homogenized across the region. So these are many times the type of projects and the type of knowledge that it's requested in the projects that we are funding. So I won't talk about our next program because will be Martin who will do it. But I just want to share with you these were the priorities that we were covering in the previous program. There were 11, and they are very diverse. But bear in mind that in many of them, at some point, we were having projects in which they were addressing skills that were crucial for the environment. Such as tourism. Well, we all know that the Mediterranean has been suffering the massive tourism. So we had many projects that were addressing this and proposing new ways to do tourism in a more respectful way with the environment. But even we had one topic that were completely addressed to the marketable skills for the young and women, and other 4 priorities that in almost every project there were some point in which the partners were giving some trainings in topics like water efficiency, energy renovation, reduce waste, or even coastal zone management. So I will give you 2 examples of 2. These are some figures of the previous program, but you can see that we train many people, more than 18,000 people that benefited from our projects with some new knowledge. More than 100 organizations that were also providing training and fostering employability for the young and women. But even more, as I was saying, skills in sustainable tourism, more than almost 2,000 people who benefited from it, or even, this is important also, local authorities enhancing their water cycle management systems, because usually they are the ones who are in charge of this topic. So we had to go there and think about what were the problems in employment, and think about what were the problems in employment and how could they be solved. So they were offering many types of trainings in sustainable topics. And they were targeting needs, young people who were looking for a job. So this project was providing them some trainings in topics like eco-mobility, risk prevention, sustainable tourism, sustainable agriculture, waste, and so on. And at the end, the figures are amazing, are often across the Mediterranean, jointly together, providing this training. Okay, you can see the A now. And in here, I think that it's also important to see that even if the port sector is like very masculine, so most of the workers are men, this project managed to have almost 50% of beneficiaries were women, and they even created several platforms, so online platforms in which you can still go there and find useful information on the skills that are helpful for the good logistic management. I won't go with these 2 ones, but even projects. Yes. So final remark, and I will tell you that if you want to prepare a project in this topic, think about the gaps. Think about what are the skills that the offer in training is not covering. There are many, like energy measurements, water measurement, carbon footprint. So there are many things that the market is demanding, and somehow people don't know. So find these gaps and find your partners and apply for the program.
Thank you very much for this very practical information, Alejandro. Also telling you that one of the actions that these type of projects are doing is mobility. Mobility is important for a cooperation program like ours, so we had many exchanges and many people from both shores going to the other shore and learning from each other in the different countries. So this is something also you can consider if you are going to draft the proposal. We are a bit in delay, but our friends from the UFM will give us 10 minutes because we are good people, so I know they will do it. And now I'm calling Martin, my colleague from the Managing Authority. It will provide you in 15 minutes some relevant information on the upcoming call for proposals.
It will be very short. I mean, Vincent, can you remind me how many times we have presented this call in the COP?
It's already the 5th time.
Yeah, so I guess the people are aware of what we do and the funding available. But turning on the topic of green jobs, it's both a threat and an opportunity, of course, for the Mediterranean area. We've learned from the International Labour Organization that the potential is huge. 24 million of jobs could be created by 2030, but some area of the world will struggle more, according to the projection of the ILO, and the Middle East is one of these areas where there could be a net loss of jobs due to the green transition, because some countries are really dependent on fossil fuels and mining. So it's both an opportunity and a threat. And as Interreg NextMed program, we really want to turn it as an opportunity. We need to create that new generation of climate resilience professionals, people that have the skills to navigate through everything that is happening and really supporting the green transition. So in our this is not the right presentation, I think, but it's not a problem. So in our forthcoming call for proposal, 83 million euro, we have earmarked 12 million euro just for projects related to the green transition, supporting skills development in this sector. What we have identified is that there are needs, of course, in specific sectors in the Mediterranean area that are in demand of green skills. Not only the energy or the manufacturing, but we have seen sector in previous projects like the fashion industry, the textile industries, where if we want to succeed in the green transformation, we will need the skills. The skills would be that enabler really to push for the green transition. So also navigating through the environmental regulations will be fundamental. So not only like people with technical skills, but also people with policy skills, people that are really able to receive the broad policy message and implement them also into local policies. So both technical level and the policy level. So yeah, it's not the right presentation, but no matter. We can continue. I think it's not the right one, but it's okay, Vincent, no problem. So, in terms of actions, we have identified in the call for proposal for you to reflect on. Can we just move just to check? I'm curious. No, it's not the right one, by the way. No problem, so I will be short. So what we have identified is that also we want to act at different levels in terms of supporting the development of green skills at international, intergenerational level. So, of course, starting from schools, those people which need to transition from jobs that are related to fossil fuels or mining into greener sectors. I mean, also yesterday we learned from ILO that a lot of people will lose their job in the next decade. So we need to start now, like to support their transition to new jobs. So we are talking a lot about actions that are related to reskilling and upskilling, of course. So this is one. So the tools, the tools, so enhancing the platform to learn about green skills, injecting more of those green skills into TVET programs, into university curricula, creating transnational master degrees that are all related to green skills, renewable energy, clean manufacturing, circular economy. I mean, the topic is transversal, the topic is huge, and we can really have an impact in this. Making it very practical, not only theoretical like training people, but also like pushing people into the industry, into the companies, into the businesses. So fostering partnership with businesses to foster training and all that kind of stuff. So making it practical. And finally, in schools, in educational institutions, in university, creating some career guidance centers where students, school kids can really receive information on which are the opportunities of the green economy. There is a lot of job to do with awareness. I mean, the topic is there, the opportunities are there, but sometimes it's not clear what is expected in terms of skills. Is it technical? Is it policy-oriented? Should I write my master thesis on environmental transition? I mean, this sector is so huge that there are so many green jobs that can be created. And we think that the transition can happen and can happen faster in the Mediterranean if it's pushed by the right skills. It's not the transition that will drive the building of expertise, it's the building of expertise that will drive the green transition in the Mediterranean area. So the more competitive we will be and advance with developing our skills across the Mediterranean area, the faster we will move with the green transition, and the stronger we will be at local level as a major player for the green transition and as a reference model. So we always think at the Mediterranean as a unified region where we need to advance together, and this topic can make the difference. Of course, we need to stay where we are as Interreg NextMed, but the more we contaminate positively training institutions, TVET, schools, university, businesses, saying, guys, you need to invest on the people, you need to give them the tools. The more competitive at environmental and green transition level this specific area of the world will be. For me, it's the most important topic of the call. It's the enabler of the rest. The rest is technical. We need the people that have the knowledge and the skills and know how to navigate through the technicalities, the policy, the content. Also developing knowledge is important. Understanding where the Mediterranean area can go, what are the local needs, and how we can succeed. So all this is very, very important. So as I was telling you, we have 12 million euros for this. It's not a lot, but we are really looking at those multiplier effects. If something is created into one region of the Mediterranean, your job is also to transfer the success to other part of the Mediterranean. So super important topics. I think it's the best one we have. It's the enabler, it's the accelerator. Creating benefits, making it very tangible, not theoretical, putting people into green challenging situation in front of real case study to address. A local municipality wants to develop its climate action resilient plan. Let's make it very tangible for the people. So they have a practical expertise, they have a practical experience. It's not just reading and learning, it's also like delivering and be in a real situation challenges. So most important topic for me. Thank you.
A good point. He knows the presentation by heart because there was a mix in the presentation, so it's my fault, so sorry for this. Well, many very interesting elements out of the presentation of Martin. I'm sure that you will take note of this, and if you are going to address green skills, you will take this into consideration. By the way, even if you have heard more than once about us, we still have to tell you that we will be at the European Union Pavilion, which is one of the biggest one. So we're very, very happy and lucky to be there at 3 p.m. This afternoon, and there we have more time and we can talk about the call again. But we had the policy perspective, we had the economics also with RIM, we have the technicians from the program, and what we are lacking now is to making contact, to connect with the rest of actors that are operating in the Mediterranean in the same field as we do, because we cannot think that we cover everything. We have to learn from the other organizations, and maybe also, hopefully, they can play a role in our program, since you are based in one of our countries. So we're happy to have with us now Ms. Ghada Ahmedin. She is a senior manager at the Arab Network for Environment and Development. You also have 10 minutes. Thank you very much, and tell us about your jobs on Green Skills.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for giving us this chance, because I believe being in the south of the Mediterranean is a real also challenge for the Arab countries, and we need more and more. I'm really happy and pleased with this round of the Interreg Next Med, because it's giving us also a chance for the many Arab countries to get involved in this program. Let me just start by saying that RAID is the Arab Network for Environment and Development. It's a network of NGOs in the region. It includes more than 300 members from 17 Arab countries, and we are we have the observer status at the League of Arab States as well. So this gives us a chance also to exchange, the information and the experiences with all the Arab countries through the League of Arab States. Of course, let me start by saying that green skills is a real important issue now, which is really emerging more and more in the region, because as we hear, and we were involved, in the Energy Day, in the expansion that we're seeing now in the region for the renewable energy, for example. But of course, we still lack the skills that we need. However, through RAID, we have been leading, for more than 10 years, a program or an initiative. It's called Education for Sustainable Development. Well, we believe that, we should start from the younger generation, from the school students. Raising the awareness of school students and then university students are really important, because we cannot have green skills unless we have enough awareness on climate change issues, biodiversity issues, water management, solid waste management, plastic issues, and so on. So we have to get them better informed and encourage them to be more and more engaged. So education, not only as the previous speakers has mentioned, not through the curricula only, but through also the activities, the hands-on activities for the children. So we have, for example, this program in Egypt that we started in only eight schools, and now we have expanded to 35 schools, and it was adopted by the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Environment to get it, all over Egypt as well, to have green schools, to have green clubs inside the schools, where the children, they practice recycling, they practice water conservation, they practice tree planting, and so on. There's another also a program in Iraq, a similar one, and they have a toolkit that was, disseminated among the school students on how to have it was green your school, and how to green your school through the students. So even in Bahrain, there is a very unique program called Environmental Citizenship, which is not only targeting younger generations, but also to workers and women and different categories. Also, when we get to the older generations through the universities, we have a lot of initiatives that led by the civil society, the Arab civil society, in different countries. For example, they have this youth-led initiatives to get to have a cleaner and greener Lebanon, empowering universities for sustainability and peace. In Egypt as well, we have partnered with 20 universities to have sustainable development clubs inside the universities. This creates a generation of youth that is engaged to different topics of environment, and they encourage them to be more and more engaged in green skills afterwards. Actually, for workers, we have also trained students of industrial students from the secondary schools on the installation and the maintenance of solar panels in Egypt. We had also the fresh graduates, engineers, and we supported them to have to start their own companies on biogas units installation. And now we have 20 registered companies working on the installation of biogas units in the rural areas. So there are many initiatives in the region led by the civil society organizations, but of course, they are small-scale projects, small-scale initiatives. So a project or a program like the Interreg Next Met would really, help us and help the countries and help the civil society to have a greater impact and bigger projects and bigger initiatives that could, have a bigger impact in the countries and play also a greater role, in as a partner to the governments and to the private sector and help decreasing the gap that we were mentioning about engaging youth and linking youth to the green jobs afterwards. Thank you so much.
Hopefully we can help you raising your impact, but I think that you are also quite an important network with more than 300 members, with more than 10 years of experience. We've been working in all fields, in all countries in the Arab world. So I think it would not be very smart if you are going to draft a project on green skills, not to have a look at what you've been doing, not to consider what they've been doing. So this is very important in our philosophy to be aligned with what's been doing in the rest of the Mediterranean. We still have 3-4 minutes, so I propose you to give you one final minute each. And since the most interesting point for us at this moment, of course, it's our upcoming call, I would like to ask you in 1 minute, 30 seconds, what you are capable of doing. To give us your #1 top priority thing related with green skills that our projects should address. Well, I propose that, if you're okay, that we revert the way and we start with you, Rada. Thanks. Yeah, sorry. My fault.
Thank you. Since Raed now is also involved in the TerraMed initiative for the renewable energy, so I think now we have also a lot of members from the Arab region attending the COP, and they have also you have thankfully introduced the program. So I think our main priority would be focusing on the renewable energy and how to mobilize different countries to get involved in the program and the renewable energy sector.
Thank you so much. So to work a lot on energy skills. Thanks.
So what I would recommend to potential applicants is that, for one side, see what are the demands on green skills, but also see what states are and the countries are requesting companies to comply with. So if there is like any regulation, if there is any new law, any new rules that the companies are struggling address, there might be an opportunity to provide this new training, okay, and provide these skills to workers. And also, in what concerns our program, bear in mind that we are, our array of sectors is very, very, very wide. So you can think about something in textile, you can think about something in maritime transport, you can think about something in buildings, agro-food. So we are open to any economic sector. So where you see that there are things to teach, there will be always a possibility of a collaboration.
Green legal skills, very good points.
Even even AI, I'm sure that there's also something there for
good
applicants.
point. Let's not forget also the law and the legal framework. So please, Rim, and then we'll try to connect with Giuseppe if he's still online.
I have one recommendation is to start building the green brain capital and focus on ecological intelligence.
Thank you so much, Rim. We're trying to see if still online, Giuseppe. If not, no problem. I think he left because we didn't announce this last-minute question because we never know if we are going to have time left or not. Thank you so much. Keep on working on green skills. If still interested, for those of you maybe who arrived late, we'll be at 3 p.m. at the EU delegation pavilion, which is D4. Thank you so much. We can make the typical picture with our flag.
Sí, se sent? M'esteu sentint? Sí, perfecte. Bon dia, good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much to all the panelists for accepting the invitation of this side event here in Baku. I would like to say just two words to start. So the most important thing is that you speak and we listen to you. Although we have in front of us the American Pavilion and there is, it is crowded, so sometimes they will applaud to us, of course. I just wanted to say a word regarding the subject that we are here today. Circular economy and the transition to a new economic model has no miraculous solutions. But as it was not only accorded in the last COP, but in the previous one, especially in the last COP, it won't be a real transition without being a just transition. We have to talk and we have to address some issues that are crucial to have a better world. That is, we have to take into account the gender gap, the social class gap, migrations, etc. For example, we at Medwave CPRAC in Barcelona, we have had a project in Morocco, for example, where it was very clear that at the bottom of the economic and industrial scale, there are women. So that means that not only regarding the rest of the economy, but especially in the transition to hopefully a new climate-friendly economy, we have to take into account gender, youth, migrants, etc. Without that, the economic model that is going to be born in the next few years due to the several crises that we are facing, it won't be just, it won't be fair, and it will leave a lot of people behind. Some people call it a new economy, some people eco-socialism, etc., etc. It depends on the country and on the subject, but we are here to talk about it, and just welcome to all of you, the four of you. Welcome to the attendees here and online, and thank you very much. Matthias.
All right, thank you so very much. I'd like to say welcome to everyone, especially those that are participating online. At the Hot Cool Institute, we take the idea of justice and fairness very seriously. And it's worth to reflect how important it is to the COP process and to the climate change, in how we address climate change. A COP process that is seen as unjust or unfair, as a significant part of the world sees it, is a COP process that is not trusted. It brings questions of legitimacy. And if you have a process that has questions of legitimacy, it has difficulties in compliance. And no matter how much we negotiate, if we negotiate an outcome that is not trusted or is not seen as legitimate, it would be very difficult to get action on the ground that follows this. This is why the justice dimension is so critical here. It is why the justice dimension is so critical to a circular economy. And it is why we should look at not only the biophysical aspects of it, but also, and the materials aspects of it, but also the societal aspects of it in how we go about addressing, putting in place a circular economy or in addressing climate change. I will end at this for now, and I'll have a more detailed presentation later. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Hope you can hear me. Thank you, Director Jesus, for introducing the panel as well, and Lewis Akenji. We'll have today a very brief presentations from the three panelists, and then we will continue with some questions and answers and a bit of discussion, right? It's true, like as Lewis was mentioning, right? We need to focus also on legitimacy. It's true that we have an environmental crisis to face here, but it's not just environmental justice, but other axis of justice that we are looking for as well, gender or labor, right, as Director Jesus has mentioned. But I would add also democratization processes, right, or globalization processes. We need to approach these issues as well. Why we produce what we produce, how, or who is telling us what to produce, what are the gender disparities in these processes, right? What are the global south and north geopolitics of this discourse? So let's start the discussion today, please, and welcome our panelists. I will introduce you first to our colleague Takeshi Kuramoshi, who is Senior Climate Policy Researcher at New Climate Institute. Please, Takeshi, you have the word, and then we will follow up with your colleagues. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Matthias, and thank you everyone for having me today. I'm Takeshi from New Climate Institute. Today I will be presenting what fair contributions mean in the international climate policy arena. And as an author of the UNEP Emissions Gap Report and as well as part of the Climate Action Tracker team, I would like to provide some insights from these two projects. So I have the privilege to be part of the UNEP Emissions Gap Report authors team for the last 10 years. UNEP Emissions Gap Report is about communicating where the global emissions stand today and where it is heading under existing policies, and what is the gap between where we're heading and where we need to go to meet the Paris Agreement goal. And we also provide every year insights into how we can fill that gap, in what way. So annually we have topical chapters. And this year, we focus on the next NDCs. So we have an annual assessment of trends in global GHG emissions, an assessment of the global and G20 progress towards their NDCs, the current 2030 NDCs, as well as the emissions gap. And then we provide the temperature estimates based on the current policies and targets. And then we focus on what needs to be taken into account in the next NDCs for 2035, and also what kind of opportunities there are. So these kind of things we have provided to inform the policy process with the next generation NDCs in mind. So I've been asked to talk about equity and fair contributions. So in the emissions gap report, well, as all you know, the equity issues is a long-standing issue throughout the UNFCCC process. And also in the UNEP emissions gap report series, this is very contentious. And this is something we never really agree on what approach we should take. So we are not always explicit on, we're never taking certain positions on what equity should be. But we provide data that provides a lot of insights. So here we show the per capita emissions across the G20 members between the post-peak countries, the countries that already peaked their emissions, and the countries that are yet to peak. And we show the emissions for 2019, as well as 2030 estimates under existing policies and their targets. On the left panel, we show the numbers for post-peak countries. You can see that many of them, especially the top row countries, they are going to reduce the per capita emissions quite substantively from 2019 to 2030. But even if they are to meet their current NDCs, their emission levels will remain very, very high, well above the 2-degree, the global average emission levels required to meet the 2 degrees, and also obviously under the 1.5 degrees. On the pre-peak countries, you see more nuanced picture. So on Saudi Arabia, they're still yet to peak. Their emissions will remain high. Korea's going to, their emissions are very high, but they're now about to peak, and they're finally gradually going down. And on the other side of the spectrum, you look at India. India's total emissions are growing massively. So that's something that people always say, India has to do more. But when you look at the per capita emission levels, it's very low. It's still around like 3 tons per capita. And even in 2030, under current targets, which is not necessarily so ambitious, it will stay below or around below the 1.5 compatible level. So all these numbers tell a lot of stories, and these needs to be well taken into account, not just looking at the absolute emission levels with per capita or per GDP intensity, these kind of things. Here, there's another table about the planned trajectory towards net zero targets. So here we show for the post-peak countries, how many years would these countries take from the peak year to their committed net zero target year? So for these countries, we show that about they have a planning about 40 to 60 or more years. At the same time, on the other hand, if you look at the pre-peak countries, their timeline is very short. Looking at Turkey, which is a kind of extreme example, it's only 15 years from the expected or targeted peak year to their net zero target year. And the same goes for other countries. It's max like about 40 years. Of course, there's unclarity about whether these targets cover only CO2 or all greenhouse gases. So the timeline could extend or be longer if you include these gases or other sectors that are not covered. But that said, the emerging economies often have a lot shorter timeline to achieve their the net zero. So that what this tells us is two things. The developed economies that already peaked really needs to ramp up their efforts so that they don't just procrastinating their net zero target. They just act more to actually front load the efforts and achieve the net zero target earlier. And also for developed emerging economies that are yet to peak, they need to put maximum effort to lower the peak emission levels and also bring forward the peak year so that they have a bit of extra time to achieve the net zero target, which is really a challenging one to achieve. Some people may argue that because of the technological innovation and all other things, going down to emissions peak, going down from emissions peak to the net zero target year could be faster for emerging economies, but that's not necessarily the case. So here we show what the cost, like renewable energy costs mean for different economies. So we here, this brown dot, the circles show the relative cost of PV panel solar projects compared to the per capita gross national income. You see that for lower income countries, the cost of PV installations are a lot higher than you see for upper and higher income countries. So even if a lot of the modeling suggests that there's a lot of opportunities in these developing economies of the global south, it's not always affordable. So this kind of understanding is not there yet and needs to be communicated better. And that leads to the need for more enhanced finance flows to the global south and emerging economies, which is not really happening in a sufficient way yet. Now, I said that UNEP emissions gap report does not touch upon all the equity or fairness principles, but I would like to walk you through the Climate Action Tracker project where we look at these things. So in the Climate Action Tracker, what we do is we calculate 1.5 compatible emission pathways on using two approaches. One is, it's called modeled domestic pathways. It's based on equal carbon pricing around the world. And the other one is based on the fair share principles. We look at different fair share principles, but yeah, we try to come up with a single number and the range. So what we show here is that in case of European Union, maybe the least cost pathways show that EU would stay, have to reduce their emissions by, let's say, 50% from today by 2030. But the fair share calculations show that it already has to reach almost zero by 2030. What this means is that it's not that EU has to reduce their domestic emissions all the way to zero. That's not possible by 2030. But they have to provide like equivalent amount of finance in overseas to compensate for that excess emissions. And the vice versa applies for countries like India. So India, they should receive more finance to really to enable this 1.5 compatible transition that is compatible with the global transition to 1.5. Here we show two examples of fair share assessment for two Mediterranean countries. One is Morocco, a lower middle income country, and the other, Turkey, upper middle income country. So in case of Morocco, you see that the emission allowances that is 1.5 compatible under fair shares is a lot higher than what the least cost pathways show. So this means that they would, so under the fair share principles, their current targets, NDC targets, is right on track. But what it shows is that their current policy projections, which is shown in blue, they're already going above their fair share range. So they, even without the additional finance from overseas, they should do more domestic effort to bring their emissions down to the fair share level implied here. In the case of Turkey, Turkey is an upper middle income country, so there's no big difference between the fair share emission allowances and the least cost emission pathway allowances. But that said, their emission levels are way, way higher than what 1.5 pathways imply in both cases. So it shows that they have to ramp up their effort in any case. So these are a few insights for the two Mediterranean countries, and I hope this kind of stimulates the discussion in the next 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cassie. So we'll go on now with Lewis Akenji. Please, you have the floor.
Hello? Okay, good. Thank you. Takeshi, thank you for the rather depressing numbers with extremely good analysis. So thank you so much for presenting us that with that picture. And you make a very clear case for why the question of climate justice is so central to the success of this process here. I'm going to bring these numbers down from, take these similar numbers from a consumption-based perspective to show a slightly, to show the same picture but at a more granular level or at a more ground level. So if you take CO2 emissions data globally, the slide you're seeing online is showing who emits the most. And you can clearly see how large China is. China is it is the biggest emitter. The United States, you can also see where the EU is. But there are a few Mediterranean countries, there are Algeria, Egypt, and so on. This is emissions measured from a territorial perspective. So what Takeshi pretty much showed. So all the made in China that is consumed in Spain or in Germany is not included, is not reflected in these territorial-based emissions, right? But if you translate the same data to how much each person in a country, that is per capita, emits, it suddenly shows you a slightly different picture. China, which was so huge, starts to look a lot smaller, and Australia suddenly comes into focus. But you also have countries like Turkey, France. You see that the distribution of emissions per citizen, that approach gives you a completely different picture. The reason why this is important because it asks the question of whether how much emissions goes into meeting the needs of citizens as we estimate them, and whether that is reflected here. Let's take two examples of energy. In this case, you're looking at energy use per person globally. The reason why you see the top part being very dark is that because that is where the highest amount of consumption of energy takes place. And apart from Australia, Japan in the south, you can almost see a clear line dividing northern countries from southern countries and sort of cutting through the Mediterranean, curiously. Or you can look at this from access to technologies or use of technologies. You see a similar reflection. You can go through lots of different indicators and you see this clear-cut pattern. When you look at it this way, it starts explaining why there's quite a bit of tension around discussions, which Takeshi highlighted, when it comes to using territorial-based emissions, right? And the story that comes out very clearly is that it's a very thin crust at the top that is causing this climate change as we described here. The top 10% of the richest persons are responsible for about 50% of global emissions from their consumption and lifestyles, while the bottom 10% is responsible, while the bottom 50% is responsible for just about 10%. This is also from the emissions gap report, but from 2020, right? You can look at this also from a materials perspective. Since between 1990 and 2017, emissions over material consumption overall per person has been growing very significantly. You can see that the high-income countries, and especially the upper middle-income countries, which are many of the Mediterranean countries belong here, their per capita footprints have grown very significantly. But look at the very bottom, where the low-income countries are. They have managed to actually reduce their material footprint. So what this is saying is the poor are working even harder than the rich to try to address the problem. And this is not the dynamics that you see when you discuss very detailed aspects of the circular economy, right? I'm going to touch on 3 key aspects that I think we need to take into consideration when we're discussing climate change solutions and the circular economy. The first one is we keep confusing recycling as a circular economy. This is not the entirety of it. Recycling is only a part of it, and it's a very limited part. Most of what you see here are of live recycling rates for 62 minerals, and all that you see in red, less than 1% of it is being recycled. And this is quite important because it means that even if we wanted to recycle, there are limits to how much recycling can actually achieve. So circular economy needs to go significantly beyond just recycling to look at other aspects. The second thing we usually confuse is thinking of being more efficient as being totally sustainable. These are not exactly the same things. We need to get significantly more efficient, but this is not the entirety of it. So there's what you call rebound effects, and I'm going to try to see if I can explain that in this slide. We know, for example, that the intensity of our technologies, how much emissions is coming from our technologies is actually decreasing, which is a very good thing. We also know that the carbon from these technologies is decreasing, so that's a very good thing. But the problem is globally our population is increasing, and everyone is consuming even more stuff, and we know that more consumption is going to happen as more and more countries get into the middle class, move into cities, and so on. So the end result is that although we're getting highly efficient with our technology, the end result is that we're going to need even more, and even more emissions will be coming out from here. So as well as efficiencies, being efficient, we need to think very critically about the consumption and the lifestyles perspectives, or how we change the provisioning systems for this. The last but not the least is the tendency we're building here, where on the one hand, we think out of sight is out of mind. So our technologies, our computers, our mobile phones, our cars, and all the fancy technologies we use here actually have real-life consequences in other parts of the world. And if this is not factored into sort of the equation of how we're designing solutions, we're beginning to build a very, we're getting into very contested territory here. This is one of the reasons why it becomes very clear from what I've shown. We know that in the coming years, the carbon budget is going to get smaller and smaller. And everyone will be fighting over a very limited budget to stay under 1.5 or even 2. What this means is the social tensions and the disagreements around the fight over this budget is going to get even more difficult if we do not address the justice dimension, the fairness dimension. This is quite critical. So one way of dealing with this is, as well as understanding the territorial-based emissions perspective, which the IPCC is now using, we need consumption-based carbon accounting to complement that, to show the social aspects, to show the inequalities, and to show from a needs perspective what material, what we need to actually meet our needs, our well-being needs. The second one is an emphasis on measuring and taking a needs-based perspective, because if we have a limited budget or limited materials, squandering it on places that does not increase our well-being is quite it's a bit of madness. And I think in this regard, the emissions that come from food cannot be looked at in the same way from emissions that come from private jets. These are really two different categories, and if we have a limited carbon budget, how do we allocate this? I will leave you with this, and thank you so much.
Please, Christina, go on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the two previous speakers for highlighting the data and laying the basis for why a just transition is so important. And I think I want to add maybe that it's not just territorial, but also the intergenerational aspect that we are seeing here a lot at the COP with young climate activists being here who are demanding for climate justice. And then also within one territory, within one country, we have exclusion of marginalized groups, meaning persons that are discriminated or that are not participating in societal dialogue because of their age, their race, their sexual orientation, their religious beliefs, etc., as well as disadvantaged groups. And sometimes we have an overlap also of those two groups. And that's why social dialogue is so important, that we make sure that everyone's voice is being heard. And I want to give this also for us as a reminder to always think about, when we are hosting conversations, who are usually the voices that are being left out. In my short pitch, I don't want to focus on the policy level. I want to rather focus on the implementation side, because this is what we are working in. And to give some concrete examples, I'm very happy to see here at COP29 a lot of sessions that are dealing with the concept of just transition. Yet my impression is that while everyone agrees that it's important, a lot of people don't know how to get started. And that's what we are trying to bridge with the work that we're doing at UNOS Environment Hub. UNOS Environment Hub is an international organization that is supporting social business entrepreneurs that are working on climate action. What are social business entrepreneurs? These are entrepreneurs who are starting a business not from the objective, from the point of view of generating profits, but by addressing a societal problem. And we are supporting the social business entrepreneurs that are focusing on climate action. So this can be related to climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution. Circular economy is a big area in which we find a lot of, especially young people who are starting new business models. And we are helping these entrepreneurs in incubator, accelerator, and innovation programs to grow and scale their ventures and help them with impact measurement and other aspects related to deploying the impact that they want to have. And social business entrepreneurs, their core mission is to focus on the problem while they're doing it in a financially sustainable way. So that sort of differentiates them from nonprofits. And at the same time, they're reinvesting their profits. And at UNOS Environment Hub, we focus on the one that I mentioned, who are tackling environment-related issues while looking at the broader scope of SDGs. And I want to give some of the examples, both from the Global South and from the Global North that we have been working with, on how this looks in reality. We have an amazing social business entrepreneur in Kenya who started a venture called PatMat that is addressing the issue of single-use sanitary napkins that are ending up on landfills because there is no way for recycling them. And she's creating reusable sanitary napkins to avoid massive amounts of methane gas and other greenhouse gas emissions that are released from landfills. And these pads are being produced by teenage moms and women in prison who otherwise would not have an income opportunity. Plus, in addition, she combines her approach with educational campaigns and workshops that she's trying to offer those pads primarily to underprivileged girls and young women in low-income communities and connects it with education around menstrual hygiene and sexual education. A big issue and the main reason why she actually started that venture was, she said us that she saw that a lot of girls and young women, they miss out on school or at work because they don't have access to pads and they need to stay at home. And some even trade pads for sex in order to access them. So that shows sort of how deeply these topics are interlinked and how a social business entrepreneurs combines both the environmental impact with the SDGs and social impacts that are being created. She joined one of our accelerator programs, and she was continuously looking on how to further scale her impact. And through the accelerator, she created a collaboration with another business in the textile industry who has textile waste cut-offs as a waste material. And she's now using that waste as her input material for producing those pads. So again, another layer of how impact is being generated. I think it's an amazing example of how you can see, how you can create impact on so many different levels. Some other examples of our Circularize Accelerator in Europe. One is working in the fashion industry, producing very beautiful business suits. They look similar to this one. It's not from their brand, but very similar to that one in a circular way. Again, where they are looking at changing the mindset from the fast fashion to slow fashion and using it again as a way to educate and raise awareness through their brand for how damaging the fast fashion industry is, and also how it's exploiting also human beings and offering an alternative to it. Another example, and they're called Lotta Ludvigsson, so that you can also look them up and maybe see if you want to purchase the items. Another one that I want to mention is called Shit to Power. What they're doing is they're creating energy from the waste product of waste treatment plants and turning it into affordable energy. Renewable energy created again from a waste product, and making renewable energies more affordable. And all of these are examples of combining environmental impact with social impact and sustainable development. And this is something that I would love to see more in global dialogue, to not see a just transition as an obligation, but really as an opportunity on how we can combine different efforts and not to think too much into silos, that we need to look into how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, how do we deal with waste, how do we deal with this topic, but really work across it. And I'm also very happy that circular economy and the waste topic is being discussed more and more at the climate COP. Which is something that hasn't happened in the recent years a lot, because first, methane from landfills are a huge emitter to greenhouse gas emission and to the climate crisis. And also, if we are looking at global greenhouse gas emissions, 45% stem from the way how we are producing goods and food. So it's only 55% that is energy, and the rest is basically can be addressed through a circular economy. And I really love that you mentioned that recycling or waste management is not the same as circular economy, because I think there's also still a lot of misperception that many talk about circular economy while they're actually relating to waste management, on how we collect and deal with waste and how we can increase recyclability. I think it's also a very important topic. Basically, half of the world's population don't have access to waste management services. It's a huge problem in the global south, but the circular economy is a much bigger and broader concept that basically deals with the question on how can we prevent waste in the first place, in the design stage, and then also in the way on how we are consuming, how we are living, how we are working, how we are living together as a society. And here again, I see social innovations as the way forward for achieving a circular economy. In Germany, where I come from, our government developed a national strategy for circular economy, and reports were created and research was conducted on where the priority areas should lie in. And they found out that technological innovations, they are important, but they can help us to reach maybe a few more percentages here and there. Especially around recyclability and the material topics, but that the largest potential lie in the area of social innovations, because we need to rethink and redesign the way on how we are interacting, on the sharing economy. A lot of things related to the sharing economy are related to infrastructure. It's only working, there are a lot of good examples and many that have found wide adoption, for example, in the food and beverage sector, that food deliveries or coffee to go cups are no longer single use, but being provided in reusable and returnable items. These models only work if you have a critical mass, if you have enough places where you can drop off and return those containers or those cups. And and this goes on with a lot of other items that you can address in a sharing economy. So we need investments into infrastructure in order to reach critical masses, and also to support grassroots initiatives. Often when we are talking about climate finance and the big topics, including the just transition, it's being looked at the bigger picture, at the national plans, while most of climate action and climate resilience happens on the local level, in a very localized context. So this sort of needs to be broken down. And this is, again, sorry, where social business entrepreneurs are being very active.
Thank you, Christina. I will now ask our panelists to join to get to the discussion. I think you touch upon very interesting topics, all of you, very different perspectives, right, and approaches to this inequality crisis that we have as well, right? Some of you mentioned more the environmental crisis and all the effects, right, about these unfair cross-shifting environmental inequalities that we have across geographies, as Dr. Takeshi was mentioning, and also consumption, right, as Lewis was referring to. But I will follow up on your last intervention, Christina, because you mentioned about a technocentric approach, and that's true, right? We have seen in the recent years how we focus much more on technology, how we think we can also support the transition to circular economy on what we produce and how, right, technologically speaking. But then we miss these aspects, no? How we do it in a social way or social dimension. And I think you mentioned this very, very interesting example of pads, no, for young ladies or kids. It's very important. We had also a project in South Africa also referring to reusable pads, which is very important because it was a matter that it was needed to address. You see how social businesses around in Cape Town, it was this project, sorry. They were also providing these pads to these ladies because they were not going to school. They were same to go to the school when they had their period. So I think these social businesses, at the end of the day, they also touch upon these topics. But then the issue of justice, we need also to address here, no? So I would say, how you also try to get to these businesses, social businesses, to be more just in their processes, because it could be also labor unfair relations, or, for example, gender. Women could not be involved in these social processes sometimes, no? They could address some topics, but maybe they are not involved, some vulnerable groups. So that could be the first question also to you and to the panelists, please.
So actually, more than 70% of the social business entrepreneurs that we are supporting are women, and more than half of them are youth. Mm-hmm. So it's mostly marginalized or underprivileged persons who are becoming social business entrepreneurs, because either they or their peers have been affected by the problem, and they inherently understand sort of the underlying issue, and they are trying to work and find on solutions on how to address it. And I think it's a core criteria for a social business entrepreneur to be successful, is really to understand the problem and the community that you are serving in. So I think the ones that are successful are really incorporating that. And what was the other question that you asked?
It's because, for example, how we address, like, there are not gender disparities, for example. In these new processes, business models that we are creating, they are socially...
So, there are many barriers that social business entrepreneurs are facing, and often there is then an additional gender bias that female entrepreneurs have this additional issue or burden to overcome. A big burden still is access to finance. That there is often no dedicated funding for social business entrepreneurs because they're kind of falling out of the box. There's philanthropic funding for which you need to be charitable that NGOs can access. And then there is venture capital for startups that are working on maximizing profits where investors invest in order to have a financial return. And then social business entrepreneurs are in between, for which we need philanthropic investments. And here we are working a lot with philanthropic funders, sort of on convincing them and showing them the benefit instead of donating, on how they can also maximize their investment by investing into social businesses. Because a donation, you give money, it can do something good once, but the money doesn't come back. If you're investing into a social business, the money comes back and you can reinvest it. And what we are seeing as a systemic challenge is that there's a missing middle in the funding space, that startup money is available and then growth capital. But we have a valley of death that social business entrepreneurs, sort of after their seed stage to the growth stage, have very limited sources on how to obtain funding that allows them to stay true to their mission. And then there are other topics related that can be overcome through technical assistance and capacity building. We are working right now on the topic of procurement readiness, also to overcome that current gap of funding that is there. Because if you're having a big client, that can have the equal effect as receiving funding. Yeah, if you have a large customer that purchases from you, it also helps them in growing and scaling their ventures. But it's again a transition process that requires maybe working capital or other technical assistance in the areas of receiving certifications or applying to standards that large suppliers, mainly from the private sector, can also be from the public sector, have in order to onboard them as suppliers.
Thank you. And now, for the other colleagues, we talk about finance now, right? We also talk how much impact, environmental impacts has. Some countries are producing more greenhouse gas emissions, right? And other types of gas emissions. So I would like to address this question to Takeshi and Lewis as well. Christina, of course. How we can mention this inequality crisis that we have, if there is any environmental and socially hotspots nowadays, which are them, and where they are, and how we can address this through policy, right? We talk about funding, we talk about private sector, but we are here at COP29, we are with policymakers as well. So how policy can help also to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions through these processes of just transition as well, please.
Yes, thanks. I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but I would like to touch upon the just energy transition partnerships that are emerging. So, well, after in the last few years, a lot of emerging economies have committed to certain NDC targets and long-term decarbonization strategies that are quite in line with the Paris Agreement's long-term goals. But obviously, they need a huge amount of financial support. And what is emerging now is a lot of companies specify where they want to achieve and then how much finance they need. And now, for example, for Indonesia or South Africa, they have formulated this just energy transition partnerships where there are dialogues taking place between potential donor funder countries and these host countries to how exactly to implement them. So this is like long overdue development, but it is finally taking place. It's not an easy thing to implement. What I hear is that these partnerships are not going, forward as making progress as they are expected to in the past months, but at least they're making progress and this is happening. So this is really encouraging development. And in particular, this is on the power sector decarbonization. But most other sectors, these kind of partnerships and dialogues are not really happening yet. So this needs to kind of go beyond the power sector, which is kind of a low-hanging fruit.
Thank you. So you asked about hotspots. So when you look at it from a consumption-based perspective, and I think even from a territory-based perspective, some of the areas where we're seeing the highest impact from consumption of food, housing, transport, consumer goods such as textiles and electronics, and services such as health and education. So these are the areas where we're seeing the highest impact. This also really neatly ties with areas that are quite close to our fundamental needs. So it turns out, in addressing our fundamental needs in the most sustainable way, we actually end up living well. And especially for food, mobility, and housing, these sectors, if you address these three, you're close to 75% of the emissions that we're talking about here. I mean, of course, energy is embedded in, cuts across all of this. So there's a very good overlap here where when you talk about sustainability as a broad term, people see it in an abstract way. It is actually intervening in areas where we need to live better lives. In terms of policy implications, there's a tendency to analyze from a consumption perspective and then end up saying, oh, it's just behavior change or buy green. We take a slightly different approach because people's consumption is dependent on what is available and the provisioning systems. So if you take a provisioning system approach, the question is, how is food produced and accessed by citizens or households? What are the mobility options that are there? How are they financed and how are they prioritized? Is it private car mobility? Is it public transportation and so on? In terms of housing, what are the housing codes? What are the policies and practices, administrative processes and financing for housing, right? So once you take a provisioning system approach, what you start understanding is what you call a choice architecture. What is available to people, the options that are available to people need to by default be designed in a way that by the time they access them, it's primarily the more sustainable options that are available. This is why it's not only just an issue of finance, it's also an issue of the policy design, the design of those, the infrastructure and the choice architecture as well. Intervening here would very much be useful. It's, as well as design, there's the question of distribution. So in some ways, we don't even have a food shortage. We have a problem of food distribution, right? And because if you end up treating food primarily just as a commodity instead of from a needs-based perspective, what it means is it goes where there is the money, not necessarily always where it is needed. So, and where there is the money, if it's not wholly consumed, you get lots of food waste or leakages in the systems there. So if you look at a distribution question, how to shift this away from just being dependent on sort of the financing models that we have now, but towards different provisioning models, it becomes very useful.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And as you were mentioning, right, it's the options, the consumer-based options that we need to change, not to shift also, so they are more sustainable, the ones the consumers are going to get. But that's not easy. There are interests as well, private interests are policy decisions up there. So my question would be how we democratize these processes as well, how we bottom up, we can feed up on consumers and change this. Sorry, it's working? I think it was, sorry. So how we can fit with all the experiences, as Christina was mentioning, there are many out there, no? Social businesses, many just transition projects, but how we can this to the experts, the people that they need to live at the end of the day. So the option may, sometimes the more sustainable option, for example, is not the the cheapest. So how we can help them and how we can also democratize these processes to get to the policymakers, right? Please.
I can start with this because it links to the work that we've done on 1.5-degree lifestyles. The analysis we've done on 1.5-degree lifestyles is asking the question, now that we have a Paris limit of 1.5, what are the hotspots in terms of our consumption and what changes in our lifestyles can allow us to contribute, and in what very concrete ways? I've mentioned the provisioning systems. And I think one of the priorities is to identify areas where we need different models of provisioning. So right now, our prioritization of how we provision is based on finance, affordability, who can pay for it. But we know historically that there have been alternative modes of provisioning. Collective provisioning is something that we know exists in India, it exists across Africa. The different forms of trade that don't necessarily always involve finance. Now, granted, this is very small in terms of scale and it cannot be practiced everywhere. But the idea is to decentralize. When we talk of democratization, it is to recognize that in different parts of the world, in different cultures, there are different ways of meeting needs. And these ways don't need to be forced into the marketplace. They can be allowed their own practices, especially when they are sustainable and they reflect cultures that have been practiced over generations. Another one we could look at is what I just came from talking about. We now know that for things like healthcare, universal healthcare is something that Europeans and maybe the Nordic countries have experimented with. And it's quite clear from looking at healthcare, public healthcare systems, that universal healthcare is one of the most efficient ways. It's not only efficient, it ends up being a lot more sustainable, and it prevents, in a way, things that could have gone worse if you were taking a primarily individualistic approach. So, from universal healthcare, if we adopt this principle of universality and we ask ourselves a question, what are fundamental needs that we have in society? How do we meet them, and how do we use this universality approach to it? So again, we go back to the issue of food and housing. Allowing only the market to cater to these things almost always leads into very immoral questions of who can pay for it and who cannot pay for it. And then the next question of how much profit you can make for it, or how much profit. But if you take a universality approach here, it doesn't necessarily mean it's free. It means there's more collective provisioning, for example. It also means that you decommodify food, for example. It means that, yes, you can buy or sell a house, but you're not allowed to do speculative investment in houses. Houses are to be lived in, not to be sold for profit, right? So removing those elements that are causing these tensions, that are making housing basic, something as basic as shelter, become a problem of tensions, is something that can go a long way in democratizing access and opportunities.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the colleagues you want to reply to any. Yes.
I think there are many ways on how we can incentivize that from a policy level. That will then also, because what we need, if there's no alternative available, you need local champions. You need someone to do it. Yeah. So again, this you can do by running incubator, accelerator, innovation programs, idea competitions on creating those ideas. And young people, they have these ideas. We have a concept, a network that is called the 3-0 clubs. The 3 zeros are, according to Professor Yunu's vision, of creating a world of 3 zeros: zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emissions. And it's young people coming together, creating ideas. And the number one topic that they pick out of all of the social environmental topics is always waste, because it's something that is very tangible and that is around all of us. And they come up with amazing ideas, and those ideas can be supported. And then from a policy level, you can also provide incentives for more sustainable options, let's say through tax incentives. For me, I think it's an absolute no-go why organically produced vegetables and fruits are not affordable to everyone, while meat and animal products that are being mass-produced are cheaper than the healthy food that we should be eating. So this can be navigated through tax incentives by having a reduction on VAT on the healthier options and having a premium if it's organic or non-organic. Then on the circular economy, the repair sector, some countries, I know in Sweden they also have tax incentives that there is no VAT service being charged on when you're repairing a good. In France and Austria, in some also local governments in Germany, they introduced a repair bonus that citizens get a voucher that they can use for fixing and repairing the items. There are a lot of things that can be done from a policy level that we can incentivize good behavior and also punish the bad behavior. We have a lot of climate negative subsidies that need to be turned off basically, and also transparent consumer communication. Often prices are more expensive because there are niche products, but once they become mass-produced, the costs of the prices will go down. And that requires transparent consumer communication, having easy labels or information on products that showcase where the materials are made from, where I can drop them off for recycling, or if the product, how it was being produced, in which country, whether human rights have been respected, whether it's organically produced. And we have so many different labels. And often this is very confusing also for consumers because they don't know how to interpret it. So make this very simple and very transparent so that consumers and citizens know about it and can make conscious decisions.
Thank you, Christina. We are just getting to the final points. I don't know if Takeshi, you have your...
I just want to add a point that there are so many things that public policy still can do. For example, with national government or local governments, they can implement public procurement policies to boost the demand and the market of local supply of clean, sustainable technologies, and also projects like public transport. They can address the equality issue and at the same time the emissions issue as well. So there's a lot of things already this public service can offer. Yeah, just wanted to add that point.
Thank you very much. I think we are wrapping up now. I would like to thank all the panelists for the comments today. We touched many topics. I think just transition is transversal, as we said. And also, I like it, like we say, no, recycling is not circular economy. And that's true. I think still there is a misconception on what is circular economy, but circularity applies to all business processes, to many sectors. It goes across, it's transversal. No, it's not just waste production or recycling. So I would like to end also with some comments that you mentioned, right? We have this planetary crisis as climate change, right? That's why we are here at COP29. But there are many other layers that we need to face, like labor or gender, but also the democratization of consumers' choices, democratization of processes, as we said, not to leave behind any vulnerable groups, to be part of these conversations as well these days, because they have also some challenging remarks to bring to the policymakers as well. So we'd like also to mention that. And as we were telling to the audience today, the circularity, it's true that we live in a linear economy right now. Circularity, we are not getting to the whole circular world because it's just 7.2% of the global economy is now circular. So it's not easy. Circular economy is just part of the solution, but it needs to be just. It's not that we just foster greener economies and it will be all. Circular is not that. It needs to be also just and promote this just transition to take care also of vulnerable groups that they are being left behind, right? But I would like to thank you all the panelists and the audience at home, of course, to be with us today, and just a big applause for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
So thank you very much for joining this session on behalf of Global Diplomacy Lounge that is organized in the Mediterranean Pavilion with the support from Slovenian Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Bled Strategic Forum and Union for the Mediterranean. I would like to invite our moderator who is going to introduce the panel and our amazing speakers.
Thank you, Cassia. My name is Leonora Tafuro. I work for an Italian think tank based in Milan. I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel. And we have, as Kasia said, amazing speakers that I invite to join me on the floor. We have Smiljana Knez, the ambassador for Slovenia, for Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy. Ambassador, if you want to take a seat. Thank you. We have our fellow GDL member, Tanja Faller. She's the Director of Technical Assessment and Monitoring at the Council of Europe Development Bank. Online, Gideon Bromberg. I can't see. Gideon, welcome. He's the Israel Director of EcoPeace. Thank you for joining us. So I will let our speakers give some kickoff remarks, 10 minutes each, and then we have questions. I don't know if we can get questions from the online participants, but I do have already questions myself, so I'm sure we're going to have a Q&A anyway. And Ambassador, why don't you start? It should work, just...
It works, okay. As we know and are very aware of, the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution is a pressing challenge of our times. And I thank Global Diplomacy Lab for an opportunity to discuss this pertinent issue with a group of young leaders. And I do hope some of your members are following us online. And I also thank the Union for Mediterranean for offering us their pavilion. The Global Diplomacy Lab and the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia have been informally cooperating for the last 18 years. And 2 years ago, we became a formal member of the GDL network. And since then, we have held numerous joint discussions on various topics in the context of the Bled Strategic Forum International Conference. And the GDL Inclusive Diplomacy Lounge saw, if I understand correctly, its premiere at this year's Bled Strategic Forum in September. And this is yet another great tool for more inclusive diplomacy. Pressing challenges, as well as shared interests and priorities in the Mediterranean region, such as climate change mitigation and adaptation and prevention of climate-related natural disasters, call for closer cooperation and common response. Many parts of this region and wider world have been hit by devastating floods, landslides, drought and wildfires. And it is high time we take them as a strong reminder of the urgency of climate action and efforts for peace. Climate change cuts across issues such as refugees, environment, food, health, exacerbating underlying socio-economic tensions and making indirect contributions to the risk of conflict. Understanding the scale of conflict, like the one in Sudan, for example, requires a deep dive into interconnections between climate, peace and stability and displacement concerns. Impacts of climate change and on security and vice versa, so the impacts on conflicts on climate change and environment must be taken into consideration in all phases of conflict. Prevention, peace negotiations, mediation and peace building. Climate security is one of our priorities. And other priorities in our climate diplomacy are gender rights-based approach, science technology, and lately more and more also migration. These 4 or 5 topics are very much intertwined and are at the same time are cross-cutting issues for other foreign policy action. So on how we are doing in our diplomacy. On political advocacy is very important issue apart from concrete projects, financing, and so on. So on political advocacy, climate and water security is one of thematic priorities of Slovenia's membership of the UN Security Council 2024-25, and we aim for a strong climate and environment-related language in the UN Security Council products. In July, we, together with Guyana, Republic of Korea, and Sierra Leone, organized a debate on the relation between environmental concerns and opportunities for peace. We support UN climate security mechanism both declaratively and financially, and we, in similar vein, support United Nations Peacebuilding Fund, but also the humanitarian fund for women, peace and security. It is called Women, Peace, Humanitarian Fund. Our development cooperation and humanitarian aid strategy identifies environmental protection as one of 2 cross-cutting themes. The other one is gender. And with the environmental guidelines adopted last month, we aim for even more focused development cooperation projects, the projects that will be even more focused on climate-related concerns. Then awareness raising is also of key importance, and we engage in various international events, both organized in Slovenia and internationally. So this topic is regularly on the agenda of the Bled Strategic Forum, our Africa Day conference, LAC days, and so on and so forth. Very recently, just a week ago, we together with Egypt organized a high-level workshop on climate security and migration. Then water is in our focus as well. At COP29, we partner with IOM in a side event on water security. This event will take place next Tuesday. Next Monday, I all invite you to the official side event co-organized by Slovenia's Ministry of Defense and Conflict and Environmental Observatory, at which Slovenian and Norwegian MODs will discuss their decarbonization practice. Together with our Ministry of Defense, we finance Peace Operation Training Center, which provides climate security trainings for both Slovenian military, but also and police and civil actors in peacekeeping missions abroad, but also for international community in their peacekeeping roles. We also tap into potential of new technologies and early warning systems to develop standard operating procedures for improved disaster response. Especially satellite imagery and artificial intelligence can really help in our preventive action. In all our efforts, we apply a human rights-based approach, promote protection of the most vulnerable groups, and advocate for gender-responsive and transformative policies and action. So let me conclude by summarizing some of the challenges. Regarding advocacy, to achieve an international consensus on the climate security nexus is really a huge task. We have seen that in the negotiations for the Pact for the Future. We are seeing this on a daily basis in the UN Security Council. Then the climate change and security nexus is usually understood only in one way, so as the effects of climate change on security, and not as much as the effects of armed conflicts on environment and climate change. And we need to raise the awareness of this aspect as well. On finance, it's never enough of them, as we all know. However, too often we speak only about the amount, about the quantity, and too rarely about the quality and the efficiency. And I think it's important to do that as well. And finally, there is never enough of mainstreaming. Usually we speak in bubbles to like-minded, and we need to reach out and mainstream climate change related issues into other policy areas. With this, I would stop and happy to reply to any of questions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can have questions at the end of all presentations, so let me just ask Gideon to give his initial remarks.
So thank you very much for the invitation. I really want to congratulate the ambassador and Slovenia's leadership in this field of climate and security, and also water and security. EcoPeace had the privilege to send a delegation of Palestinian, Jordanian, and Israeli young climate professionals. We call them young climate diplomats to Slovenia to attend the UN Water Conference just a week ago, and to really witness firsthand the leadership that Slovenia is indeed trying to garner. A few words about EcoPeace. Firstly, I apologize that I cannot be in person in Baku, and it's very much related to the war that we're in the middle of. EcoPeace is in the midst of great suffering as an organization that is Palestinian, Jordanian, and Israeli together. And as our name suggests, EcoPeace, we're a civil society organization that has as its mandate really the very agenda that the ambassador described and reiterated as critical. And I think what I want to talk about is the unique role that civil society can play. A few more words, though, about EcoPeace. It's a unique structure, and I think that's also important to know. I'm a co-director. I have my Palestinian co-director and my Jordanian co-director, and the three of us decide and move forward through consensus. We have a single board made up of Palestinians, Jordanians, and Israelis together, an equal quantity, in fact, an Arab majority on our board. And we have offices in Tel Aviv, in Ramallah, and in Amman, where some 70 staff work together on a daily basis on issues of climate security in education. And that was a delegation that we brought to Slovenia for the UN Water Conference on research and on advocacy. As a civil society, uniquely, we're the only regional organization that exists in any field that brings together Israelis, Palestinians, and Jordanians. And I think that there is no other issue that really highlights the importance of doing that than the climate crisis, because the climate crisis doesn't just hit a particular country. It hits a region in a particular way. And therefore, while it's essential that every country has their national strategies, it's insufficient to think that we can overcome the challenges if those strategies are not coordinated. And at EcoPeace, we often look to Europe, and we look to the example of Europe, and here too, Europe's leadership in the European Green Deal was something that we as a civil society thought that we need to advocate, research, and then advocate for our own countries. And therefore, we issued in 2020 a report calling for a green-blue deal for the Middle East. Climate focused, but the blue highlighting the water scarcity issues that our region in particular faces. And from that report, we highlighted that we can move forward in very practical ways to build greater climate resilience. And again, looking at the European experience after World War II and the relationship between resources and conflict, we looked at the coal and steel agreement led by France, Germany, other European countries after the Second World War, and asked the question, what's the coal and steel relevant for Palestine, Jordan, and Israel in the midst of the climate crisis? And we identified the coal and steel as harnessing the sun and the sea. And our research came forward and showed that our different countries have comparative advantages, that Jordan has the comparative advantage of vast desert areas that can produce renewable energy at scale and at price that Israel and Palestine could only dream of. And that Israel and Palestine, Gaza on the Mediterranean, can utilize the Mediterranean Sea to desalinate, powered by renewable energy, of course, our desire, in order to produce water at scale and at price that Jordan could only dream of. And therefore, we set out to convince our own governments and other actors in the international community, including the business sector, that we have here a proposition that can be transformative, that can both advance climate mitigation through renewables, climate adaptation, through increasing water and meeting the challenges of the climate crisis on water, but also help build peace because we create healthy interdependencies. Now, by 2021, we were able to get to the situation of getting buy-in, and a letter of intent was signed between the government of Jordan, the government of Israel, the government of the UAE, led by leadership of John Kerry from the US administration, declaring a willingness of the states to move forward. A year later, at the Sharm COP, an MOU was signed. And at the Dubai COP last year, we were expecting, or the governments were expecting, that an actual water and purchase agreement, $1 billion investment of climate security, was going to move forward. But as we all know, October 7th happened and the war broke out and everything's on hold. But that doesn't mean that we mustn't stop our efforts to move forward. And in fact, at EcoPeace, we continue to believe that our original idea that includes Palestine and the building of a large desalination plant in Gaza is more important than ever as a day after issue. And of course, we want to see the end of all the wars and return of hostages yesterday. But our agenda remains as important as it did back in 2020 when we launched the Green Blue Deal. By our current efforts beyond humanitarian assistance in Gaza on particularly water and sanitation issues is to move forward a broader agenda that shows how the building of healthy interdependencies can make a significant difference in building climate resilience, but also in building peace. And let me give you an example. By the proposition to build a large desalination plant in Gaza that would sell water not only to meet the needs of Palestinian communities in Gaza and the West Bank, but would have additional water that could also be sold to Jordan. It means that we could involve the private sector so that the desalination plant would not just be financed by donor funds, but now there would be a buyer, Jordan, and therefore potentially Gulf funds could be invested here. And by a large desalination plant in Gaza selling water to Jordan, then we create the type of healthy interdependencies where Jordan's water security becomes also partly dependent on the stability in Gaza. We have broader plans in place that we're research that we're leading. We're looking at the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor as a similar type of economic engine that can create healthy interdependencies, not only between Israel, Palestine, and Jordan, but in our broader relationship with the Gulf, with Europe, where looking more broadly, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, as they are planning themselves, can become major exporters of renewable energy to Europe to help meet Europe's climate needs, but also to help their own economies remove themselves from unsustainable fossil fuels. And if that type of infrastructure is built through Palestine, through Israel, then we have the opportunity again to broaden interest and transform through economic issues to advance security, healthy interdependencies, and better meet our climate goals. So let me leave it there for the moment, and I look forward also to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So healthy interdependencies, that's how you turn, you shift the paradigm, right, from competition for scarce resources to cooperation to face together joint challenges. Thank you for the inspiring remarks. And Tanya, can I ask you to now take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm adjusting, of course, because I was very inspired by what the ambassador and by Gideon was sharing. Let me start by saying, for us at the Council of Europe Development Bank, we only look at climate through a social lens. We're a tiny multilateral development bank founded in 1952. Slovenia is one of our members, sits on our board. So I've had the pleasure of witnessing this leadership in bringing a human rights and a peace issue in, also through questions on projects that your fellow ambassadors on our board ask. I hope they're not listening in. But they're smart questions, and I think it's really important to understand that we have that niche, and we defend it quite interestingly. For instance, with the Multilateral Development Bank pledged a large number, and we were pushed to be giving more and more climate finance. But for us, this is really, we go from it from a social lens. What does that mean? It sounds nice. How does it look in practice? So we really look at what are we financing a just and fair transition? What does the just transition mean? There's a lot of talk around it. It really goes towards the effect of climate action. So we have a climate action, energy price rise, we have a water scarcity, water price that's rising, which eventually it will. How does that affect the vulnerable groups? And here comes the point. We're not defining vulnerability by single one-dimensional criterion. We've developed a vulnerability lens that applies to the context of each of our investments, where we look at who really is affected positively or negatively, and where we can choose that which projects we finance focusing directly on that. Founded in 1952, and just let me tell that for two reasons. To be fighting the effects of all man-made and natural disasters. It didn't come with the word climate change back in the day, but I think it described quite hard what our role is in the climate change sphere. So that I find quite interesting. So within our project, that's how we do it. I want to pick on what Gideon said in terms of transformational. I think it's important that we look at really transforming through that transition towards a fairer and a juster world, because it's the only way it can work. We cannot afford a loss of social cohesion because we're fighting climate change. It simply would be counterproductive and would lead to more war, conflict, and social unrest in different, let's say, all around the sliding scales, from social unrest to a full-fledged war. The issue of water, that's obviously around the Mediterranean, a very crucial one, comes in there, but there's also others. So it really comes around what was said as well by the ambassador. What does climate finance do? It's not only the large amounts that we were all pledging in front of the COP29, it's about the quality. And then again, it's interesting because when we negotiate quality, there are some countries that will say that means the level of concessionality. We come from a point where we say we actually care about the climate outcomes. We're making a huge climate input, but should be making a climate outcome pledge where we really look at what does happen with the climate finance and how do we really make sure that what we finance in our case leads to what we want to do. So within the climate metrics that was just this COP a couple of days ago released, I invite you to really look at that. It's quite interesting if you're into monitoring like me or any kind of this nerdy stuff. You see right now a vague notion towards the social outcome. But as we're stepping into the head of multilateral development bank role, which we're doing right now, it is for us crucial that this will be important to consider the social effect of what we do with climate finance. Just so, as Gideon said, we can ensure that transformational approach there. They put two projects that I should mention on my speaking points. Let me just give you a little example of what we find. In City of Genua has made a just resilience plan because Genua is suffering from a couple of different climate challenges.
Sorry, Genoa, where is that?
Genoa, Italy.
Genova.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe I'm speaking too much German. It's Genova, this cute little city many people know, quite famous and quite important historically as well for the Mediterranean, but it's facing a couple of different challenges, from the sea rise to distortion to landslide to actually people moving out of the city in ghettoization. So they came together and did a just resilience plan in a very participatory way, and that's where we come on social cohesion. And we're financing several of the investment that they identified in a participatory manner with the city. So that means we bring people together and then go into the financing. But obviously, it's all context dependent. The first step has to be done on the ground, and it can only work if you, as Gideon rightly said, you bring all the actors on the table. Otherwise, it's not a long-lasting thing.
Well, thank you so much. I don't know if any of you have questions. Would be happy to take.
May I just add
sure,
something?
Absolutely.
I think it really, because I didn't specifically mention, but it was so nicely put on by Gideon. It is about transboundary cooperation in many areas, not just water, which is in the very, very hands of my colleague, Ambassador at Large for Water Diplomacy, Tanya Mishkova, that cooperates closely with Gideon, but also the way how you described this sort of transactional, if I may say so, cooperation, that you really define what are the needs, what are the commodities that one society has and other probably less, and then put the joint efforts and try to make good stories. So yes, for transboundary cooperation, we cannot do it on our own. I didn't specifically mention it, but I think it's it was so well pointed by Gideon that I have to add. So.
Yeah. Well, I think it's transactional, but it's also principled, right? Because we all know what transactional interdependency, where it led Europe and Russia. You know, that's what the European Union was saying. You know, we have to have mutual interdependency, first economic, and then, you know, the political will come. But then we found out that we didn't share the same values. And I think the healthy bit is important. So it has to be transactional, it has to be principled, and this way it can really become healthy.
It comes without saying so.
So does anybody have questions? Otherwise, I do have. The first one is for you, Ambassador. You mentioned the gender dimension. in your approach to climate, and I would like you to elaborate a bit on what you actually understand as a gender lens for climate. Then another very interesting question you raised is the impact on conflicts on climate, because it's true, we actually think of the relation first, the impact of the climate and the resource scarcity on conflict, and this I see very much in every conflict. I see it in Ukraine, for instance, where the bulk of the fighting is taking place in the eastern part, which is heavily industrialized. We have nuclear power plants. We see it in the conflict in Gaza. So what are the steps, and this is a question that could be answered by any of you, what are the steps that we should take also to ensure accountability once the conflict is over, or even when the conflict is still ongoing, for those who perpetrate climate-related damage in conflict? And then the third question goes for Gideon. You mentioned the challenges that your organization is facing. What do you think the international community, the COP conference, what are the actual and concrete actions that we could take to help your organization thrive and, face all the difficulties that you're facing at the moment?
Yeah, thank you. The second question, it's a very difficult one. It's sort of a taboo. We never speak about it. And I think with all that we do, we have to start thinking about everything that we are doing and damaging our environment and contributing to climate change. If we will not take everything into account, it would be much more difficult to reach Paris Agreement commitments. It is. I think the first step is really to measure the emissions of our military, and here I admire our Ministry of Defense, who started to measure their emissions, and they are the only department in Slovenia who are measuring their emissions. So I'm looking forward to their side event. I don't know what it will bring. It is official side event of this COP next Monday, and I'm really looking forward to what will be said. But measuring emissions of military, of peacekeeping missions is probably the first step, and then we can go from there. Where we can get, I can't say. On gender, gender is and promotion of the rights of women is cross-cutting issue of our foreign policy, so it's everywhere. We are very, very strong supporter of women, peace and security. We have gender in our development cooperation. And there is one project that our ministry is financing in Sudan, another war situation, where the project is focused on empowering women, protecting them. It is about cohabitation or cooperation between host community and internally displaced people. So, and also providing women there with energy and water. So it really encompasses a lot. But the point is, not every project should be, so complex. But the point is, when you do a project, that you think about what will this mean for women on the ground. That it would. So there are both. There are conflict lenses and climate security lenses, but also gender lenses that you have to apply. I hope I was exact enough. If not,
thank you. Very clear. And Gideon, do you want to say anything? You're muted. Okay.
Thank you for those questions. So I think that there's a very important link, of course, between sort of transactional issues and principles, and certainly in our sphere, we believe that we need to tick all the relevant boxes. We need to meet the legitimate national aspirations of the Palestinian people, and that's to move forward towards the two-state solution. We also need to meet the legitimate security concerns of the Israeli people, and therefore, when we move forward in solutions, we have to do so in recognition that they're not going to succeed unless we meet, these legitimate aspirations, and we need to find mechanisms, to develop mechanisms that are transformative in that sense, that touch all of those boxes of advancing climate resilience, but also two-state solution, regional integration, broader security concerns. To the third question that you specifically asked of me, I think that there's a lot. I mean, we're a civil society organization, so we're always asking. On education, we're leading a program of climate diplomacy for young professionals. These are Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli university students, early career, that even in the middle of the war are meeting together. And unfortunately, we're having to have the regional meetings now outside the region, no longer in Israel, Palestine, Jordan, as we were before the war. But nevertheless, our program remains oversubscribed. Young people understand that the day after these wars end, the climate crisis is not going away. In fact, it's only getting worse as every summer gets hotter than the summer before. So, we will have discussions with the UFM, in fact, next week, on the type of cooperation that maybe the climate diplomacy program that we've been developing for the last 6-7 years here could be a model to expand beyond our 3 countries to the Mediterranean basin and further. Research is really critical. Our water energy exchange Project Prosperity was based on some really relatively cheap research that looked for to how to create healthy interdependencies. More research in this field on the relationship between climate and securities, on very practical steps that could move forward. And then finally, we need leadership. And at this time in the world, in our region, there's a lack of leadership, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the responsibility to try to create champions on the climate and security leg. As I mentioned, sort of very briefly earlier, there's this initiative of the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. It was signed by the G20 last year, led by the European President, van der Leyen, with a strong climate focus of a corridor of renewable energy. We think that as important as that economic engine is, it's not good enough if it doesn't also contribute to peace. If it's running through the middle of the Middle East, it needs to, what we're describing, it needs to also adopt a peace triangle that brings Palestine, Israel, and Jordan together in the midst of these climate and economic efforts that are moving forward, so that we don't move forward in silos, that we truly move forward in a transformative way. And so we're looking for the leadership of Europe. We're looking for the leadership of India, of Saudi Arabia, of the Emirates, and of the United States, who were the signatories of IMEC. And we're working in studies that we're currently undertaking, in meetings that we've had in Brussels, in Washington, with our own governments, to try to encourage the type of leadership that the climate crisis can help bring forth, not only to combat the climate issues, but also to advance peace.
Thanks a lot. Tanya, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, probably I would like to draw a little bit of distinguishing what does mean climate and peace and what brings the highest risk, because in terms of vulnerabilities that may be relevant. I would argue up to today the biggest challenge for all the conflicts we see globally, at least around the Mediterranean and going down, is the adaptation issue. So the moment, and then let's take finance into account. How much of the global climate finance currently goes into adaptation? Does anybody know the number? Take a guess. I would like to hear a guess. What do people think?
10%?
Yeah, you know it, no? Yeah,
no,
it's actually 8. It's 8, yeah, you can argue, so let's say 8-ish, around 10. I don't want to go into the debate how much it is. But if you take into account that from the global climate finance, only 10% is going into adaptation, and that, in my point of view, brings the highest risk for conflict, we're heading into a more conflict-ridden world, which is going to cost more. So I think there is a debate as to understand where we have to put the funding for that as well. I did want to talk on the gender issue quickly, because I think vulnerabilities, gender is one of them, but we have to be careful that we're not forgetting about many of the other vulnerabilities that come with game, that come into the game, because in each community the vulnerabilities may be different. And the context is very important for anything we do around climate, because that's where we win the hearts or where we lose the faith in it.
Thanks a lot. Ambassador, please.
Yes, and I would like to add to this. I fully agree, and thank you for this. But when speaking about gender and the role of women and position of women, it's not only about vulnerability.
Yeah.
They are vulnerable in some circumstances, but mainly it's about full and meaningful participation of women. And here we are, very much too often we put women, indigenous, children, persons with disabilities in the same basket. And this should never be the case. This really context related issue. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, as I said, too often we just put women as a vulnerable, but in many cases,
yes, it's not. I agree.
Women, we make 50% and more of population. We cannot be treated like only as vulnerable, So this is something that I noticed also in EU documents. And then I didn't ask
for you.
And I didn't ask on part of your question about the crimes. Ukraine is the one who is trying to for the ecocide to be recognized as a crime. So we'll see how far they will go and how this will apply to the wars around the globe. Thank you.
Hopefully that could serve also as a template, for current and future conflicts.
And maybe just in the spirit of exchange, what we do, we were among the first MDBs to disperse in Ukraine. That is important. That means we're really doing something on the ground. And for instance, in the displaced people area, that's where we fix houses of very low income people, basically old people that stay there, etc. We put in their energy efficiency measures. So maybe it's not only waiting till the war is over, but right now what you do, doing it in a way that that already foresees cutting the unhealthy interdependencies and building a more resilient energy future there. So I think in social housing, we just signed another large loan. It was approved by the board on Friday about reconstruction of houses, and obviously they will all be energy efficient and sustainable in their building.
That's a very important point. I wonder, we have time for one question, and you are the one who is going to.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Titi. I come from Slovenia, and actually I wanted to comment on what you said about adaptation. So when it comes to financing, it's very, very difficult to decide exact percentage of how much money should go where, because we can only do mitigation now, we can do adaptation later as well. So it's even though like it will be easier to say mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage like 33% each. It doesn't go that way, unfortunately, but also like I really wish that more focus would be on adaptation, because it is sometimes a forgotten topic. What I wanted to ask was, so basically both Slovenia and Germany have adopted feminist foreign policy, which does not only talk about women, but also other marginalized groups. And also talks about, it goes really broad, it talks about climate, it talks about demilitarization. And do you see this as the correct way to go? Or, I mean, because like also feminist foreign policy doesn't have like the exact definition, so it doesn't seem like tangible enough. Do you see feminist foreign policy as something that we should all pursue? Or are there other movements or ways to improve what we currently have? I hope I was clear enough.
I really like that question, but I didn't ask on it. In our foreign policy, we support and promote the rights of women for 30 years. And I've been head of human rights for 5 years, and it was always the top priority. So with the current foreign minister, there is an ambition to do even more, which is great, always. We'll see how this will materialize. But then your question was a little bit broader. There are, in theories, in feminist foreign policy theories, there is a broader aspects of what feminist foreign policy should encompass, from the militarization, as you have said, to protection of all vulnerable groups. Among the countries that pursue feminist foreign policy, there are big differences. Some would just promote, the rights of women and take care that more women would be promoted to high positions. So it is a huge difference in approach. I don't know in which way Slovenian foreign minister would wish to go. But let me just mention, there was a concrete initiative and a very, very nice, very heartbreaking event that we had in Slovenia half a year ago when we invited women peace organizations, both from Israel and Palestine. And they came, they were all on the stage, and to listen to their stories, to give them their voice to be heard, it was really something really, really important. Equally important was it to invite young people, as Gideon was mentioning, to the water convention a couple of weeks ago. So feminist foreign policy has many facets, and I certainly do hope that it will enrich already very active Slovenian foreign policy when it comes to gender. As I said, probably gender is one thing that we achieved mainstreaming. When we speak about silos and how we live in our own bubbles, here I think we have achieved something, and I hope it's there to stay.
Maybe, it's also useful that the feminist foreign policy framework remains flexible, so different countries can use it differently, but still, agreeing on the general principles that underlie the framework. I don't know, Tanya, do you have any reflections that you want to share?
Yes, so we have issued the very first gender approach of the bank, existing since 1952, since I arrived. It was the first things that I felt we need to put into written. And in that process, I realized how sensitive certain words are. Feminist was a word that was really a challenge. So what we've done, we really looked at the framework and the gender approach of what we want to achieve. We choose to leave words out that can evoke emotions that may hinder the process rather than foster the outcome.
And Gideon, just out of curiosity, do you also apply a gender lens in your training, climate training, and in the work of your organization?
Completely. Through all of our activities, we apply a gender lens, and we actually support a feminist foreign policy. We think that feminism, a feminist policy and diplomacy is essential to peace and to climate security issues. My two co-directors from Palestine and from Jordan are both women. We practice what we preach. We have mainstreamed gender issues throughout all of our activities, and we think that if women were to be given their rightful, particularly in our part of the world, in the Middle East, their rightful role in society, we would have much less wars, we would have much more peace, and hopefully much better climate security.
Well, let's hope that happens, because we can't advance in climate or in security only. I think we must advance together on all fronts, otherwise we just don't advance at all. I think you have a question, Kasia, please.
Thank you. So I have one question. So the current change of the global leadership, in a global leadership, is not really giving very positive outlook to neither climate nor peace and climate nexus. So I was wondering, what would be your recommendation to the formal and informal diplomat if they would like to pursue some sort of a diplomacy or advocacy action that could actually, change this not very positive, near future for us? Thank you.
I think a lot has been said that can be used. Gideon has mentioned research, knowledge. This is really important. Evidence-based approach is crucial for efficient action. But then just continue with all the arguments that are already on the table. So I said in my introductory remarks how difficult we see it is to persuade those who doesn't believe that there is any nexus between climate and security. 2/3 or even 90% of the world feels it. And there are still countries that they don't recognize this nexus. So, and we believe that there is enough evidence, but we still need to be even more precise, more persuasive, and that's it in advocacy sense. And of course, do projects that would change situation on the ground or contribute to that, to changing the situation on the ground. And then perhaps those who are opposing this nexus would see that this can really contribute both to climate adaptation and prevention of conflicts, and have less internally displaced person, less migration, less suffering.
So I have a systemic advice and a personal advice. The systemic advice is maybe the current changes in leadership are a product of an unjust transition. I would argue that the social cohesion challenge we have in Europe is partially driven by not addressing any transition we've had in a just and fair manner. So on a systemic level, it's about ensuring the social is part of whatever we do, and we do not create a social division, but rather foster social cohesion inside our societies. On a personal level, it's like the weather. There are things we can control and things we cannot control. However, I also would like us not to be going down the road of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Let's see what happens. Let's use language that doesn't evoke emotions. And let's just focus, as the ambassador said, on the outcome, what we have to achieve. I think it would not be the right now go into a panic mode, to exclude conversation, and just to go in a wind. We have to be cold-blooded, warm-hearted, and just walk the talk.
And always carry an umbrella. Gideon.
I wish we could carry an umbrella. We have no rain for most of the years to use an umbrella. I mean, I would say, you know, to the current political climate, pessimism is not a strategy. It's not an option. It's certainly not an option for the eastern side of the Mediterranean that has already experienced a 2-degree increase in temperatures since the 1950s. You know, the world, you know, the whole COP is focused on preventing that 1.5-degree increase in temperature. Well, you know, the Mediterranean, the eastern Mediterranean has increased in its temperature by 2 degrees already, and we can expect an additional 4-degree increase in temperatures by the end of the century. The disaster is in front of us. We're already experiencing it. We're seeing, of course, wars, but we're also in the midst of a climate crisis. It's not something theoretical. And as hard as that is, that's what gives me hope, because we see the young people oversubscribing to programs. We see a continuing determination, even in the midst of war. If young people, Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli, can still demand that they want to work together, you know, to meet both peace and climate issues, then I think we're an example for the rest of the world that, no, you cannot give up. Don't give up on us, and certainly don't give up on the climate and peace paradigm.
Thank you so much for this uplifting comment. I think it's an excellent closing to a very, very interesting panel. I thank you all for your insights, and thank you for coming and participating in it. Goodbye and good luck.
We should take a picture. We've not taken a picture.
Gideon, could you stay for the picture?
Very smart.
And I think...
Yes, Kasha's gone, and we do need... Oh, we have the help. Perfect. Because I was looking for my phone.
Thank you very much.